Yes, also on this session, a lot of you asked a lot of questions. And these questions engaging the panelists really created a conversation around the Katiba and the opportunities the youths can partake in the Constitution and outside the Constitution, in the civil society and NGOs. Our session after that was in youth policy and SDG implementations. And youths are often treated as beneficiaries rather than co-creators of development. So that was also a thing that a lot of you called for change. And there was a strong call for centralized platforms for opportunities, internships, and SDG engagement. Concerns were raised about unpaid internships and tokenistic youth participation. You people are really strong on that. And so we ended by emphasizing on mentorship, exposure, digital inclusion, and sustained engagement beyond forums as this. The fourth session was on breaking barriers in the labor market. And these barriers were like corruption, nepotism, tribalism, and some other more and more that you people contributed in, and some that maybe time did not allow us to explore. And the session ended by us agreeing that there is need for shift from problem identification to opportunity creation and scaling our solutions. And therefore, the youths are encouraged to actively position themselves to build network and leverage digital platforms. So that was the 4 sessions that we have. And the outcome of the sessions was the agreement on need for centralized youth-friendly platforms for information and opportunities, strong emphasis on mentorship, capacity building, and structured youth engagement systems. Recognition and policy gaps exist between design and implementation, and therefore there is a commitment to strengthen youth inclusion in governance and decision-making spaces. The key commitments from yesterday's discussion were to support youth boot camps, internships, and skills development programs. Commitment to link youths to opportunities across sectors, governance, sports, agriculture. That reminds me that also Marion emphasized, not Marion, Diana, the ED SDG for Youth for SDGs, also emphasized on that. And also, strengthening mentorship, referrals, and exposure to national and global opportunities. In conclusion, you people are challenged. Your challenges, our challenges are largely systemic than rather individual, driven by weak implementation and structural inclusion. However, there is a chance for a strong youth agency, innovation, and readiness to engage in solutions, and this is a part of it, I believe. You people are here to be a part of the solution. And the key shift required is from fragmented intervention to coordinated systems, a system-wide reform. And the sessions yesterday reinforced urgency for aligned education systems, inclusive labor markets, and accountable governance structures. Overall contribution support SDG acceleration through youth inclusion, advocacy, and system reform dialogues. And I hope today gets better and better. Thank you.
Round of applause for her. Eric, mtu aseme tu one word yenye amesikia hapa.
Mtu aseme.
What I've heard is about youth and reclaiming of the paid internships.
Very nice. Someone
nice.
else?
Okay, what did you hear?
Okay, about yesterday, there is this issue of internships and linking to jobs from campus and the alumni network.
Correct. Another
correct.
one?
Ukisema one word amesema SDGs, ingine amesema Diana, ingine amesema ED.
Amesikia SDG na Diana. Eric, one last one.
Okay, what did you get?
What I heard is about, my name is Sabina, I'm from St. Paul's University, and what I heard is about tokenism, the youth being given handouts and money to be able to participate in things that are pertaining the government and the status quo of the country.
Round of applause.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Na mtu amesema hapa Diana. Mumesikia Diana? Kama umesikia Diana, hebu inua mkono. Mumejua huyo Diana ni nani? Correct. So at this particular juncture, Eric, you'll allow me to invite the ED. Lakini DJ, kitu ilikuwa hapa, ili wajue ni ED wa wapi. And as also we are waiting to see who the ED is, I'm asking us to kindly go to our social medias, tag us, tweet, repost, share. Kama wewe ni wa LinkedIn, we don't mind. Kama wewe ni wa TikTok. So I want to invite the ED for Youth for SDGs Kenya. She's a young person who has been playing a very vital role when it comes to meaningful youth engagement. Sio kwa ita kwa forum kama ina mumekaa tu na mnatoka the same. She is bringing about meaningful spaces where youth can actually engage and come up with tangible solutions or tangible outcomes for their initiatives. So DJ, ladies and gentlemen, help me make a round of applause as we invite Diana to the stage. Round of applause. DJ. Round of applause. DJ. Diana, karibu. Unakatika kidogo as you make your way. Ndio hiyo.
Hey DJ, surely nilikukosea asubuhi. That song is very complicated. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Msichoke, it's only day 3. We have 2 more days to go. But I'm happy to see you all today. I won't give a speech. I think you might be tired of my speeches from Monday to today. So I'll just like to introduce my colleague Purity to come. But as she comes, I'll give you a brief of why we are here today. We will be having film screening. I know this is new to most people who are in the CSO space, but just to give you context, we have a project called Impact Frames, where we are collaborating with storytellers to simplify what climate change is, but also to show the lived realities of communities. So what we do is we have a partnership with Tunga Media Africa. We have a partnership with Filmmakers Hangout and also Youth for SDGs. So our role really is to bring experts and be ready to learn, because we do have experts in the room who would help you dissect what the film is about, and also some of the policies we have. We have representatives from the Ministry of Environment, we have representatives from Conservation International, we have representatives who are also experts on matters carbon markets. So we have someone from Carbon Markets Association of Kenya. So I hope we all be keen, both on the film, but also in the panel discussions. So I'll be moderating that panel, and as you've heard, my name is Diana, and this is a space for young people. So we would want for young people to also engage. Before we start, I would give the mic to my colleague Purity, who would give you just a brief about what you're about to watch. It's a bit, it's I think 90 minutes, and then maybe Purity is a better place to tell you about the film.
Good morning. My name is Purity, representing Tunga Media Africa, and at the grand scheme of everything, representing the campaign called Impact Frames that my colleague Diana has talked about. Today we are going to be watching a film that's tied to the SDG we are tackling today, which is SDG 13, Climate Justice, or rather Climate Action, right? So I'm gonna give a short synopsis of what the film is about. It's called The Battle for Laikipia. The Battle for Laikipia is a documentary that explores the escalating conflict in Kenya's Laikipia region between indigenous pastoralistic communities and private landowners known as white settlers. Set against the backdrop of climate change and historical land injustices, the film shows how drought, inequality, and contested land rights have fueled violence and displacement, revealing a complex struggle over survival, ownership, and justice. I hope you're going to enjoy the film. It's going to stir so many emotions, mainly being anger and frustration. But unfortunately, the film represents the struggles that the people of Kenya we are still going through, and the residues that's been left behind courtesy of colonialism. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to the session. Back to you, Dee.
Thank you, Purity. So the tech team, if the film is ready, you can just go ahead and show us the film. Enjoy the movie, guys.
Do you know about carbon markets and land rights?
Okay, what I know about land rights is that, let's say you have, like for us, for instance, we deal in matters concerning carbon markets. You can't just go and start doing carbon markets without involving the government.
What I know about carbon markets is it's money offered by companies that are producing the carbon, so that us as communities, they give money to the communities, that is the pastoralists probably and the coastal region communities, to plant trees that are going to emit, I don't know if it's emit or to fight the carbon. I'm really not sure.
Different states and foreign states have adapted to different objectives on how to go about reducing of carbons.
So the land rights is where you have information about the environment you are and everything you are supposed to do to protect the environment. And about the carbon rights, you're supposed that is the same thing whereby, like the environment, you're doing something positive to protect the environment. So we have to alliance with people that, like the Kenya Forest, that they'll give us the 10-year land rights that will be enabling us to carry out any activities that we want to do that revolve around carbon markets.
As we do politics, as we converse on matters governance, tumekuwa tukipitia mambo na carbon credits, nini, and we're like, hizi ni nini. So that's why I'm here, to get to understand what are these carbon credits, carbon markets, and everything else. And even there is a company that is called Coco. It used to produce cooking energy, and unfortunately it was shut down by the government because mambo na carbon credits, and a lot of people lost their jobs. More than 3,000 people lost their jobs. So as we champion for employment of the young people, we want to understand what are these carbon credits, what are the carbon markets, what are the laws and regulations behind this particular new, I'd say new, it's because it's a new field we are trying to explore as a country.
And what I know about carbon markets or carbon credits, for example, I know that we have got carbon monoxide in the atmosphere, and normally we have got those incentives that are given to those companies or organizations that are able to contribute towards the reduction of those levels or maybe the emissions in the atmosphere. So I know there's a way in which the carbon market therefore establish a system in which there is the carbon is redeemable, for example, so that for a certain quantity of carbon you're able to reduce in the atmosphere, you're able to get a certain amount of money, for example, incentive.
Good morning once more. Good morning. We took a break so that we can have some energy. Siski energy. Good morning. That's better. So thank you so much, the team that compiled the video. Fun fact, this video was shot today in the morning. It's because of the panel we are just about to have now. So we just wanted to gauge the knowledge of the room in regards to carbon markets, land rights, but also the film that we just watched. I'll be moderating the next panel, and just without wasting much time, I would like to call my panelists to the floor. Mr. Marlon Wallo, please come forth. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Marlon is the chair for the Carbon Markets Association of Kenya. Our next panelist, Mr. Brian from the Ministry of Environment, please join us. Let's appreciate guys as they come in. Next panelist is Collins Edward from Green Faith Africa. Let's appreciate him, please. And then our other panelist is Mr. Elijah Toirai. Please come in from Conservation International. Then I would like to call Cindy Makandi from Tunga Media Africa. Please join us, Cindy. Cindy is a storyteller, so she would be giving us that aspect of storytelling in the panel. So I think our panel is complete. Bob Aston. Bob, please join us. Bob from Arlene. Let's appreciate Bob, please. Let's appreciate him as he comes. I think now we have less seats. I'll just stand up. It's okay. Bob, please have a seat. Oh, yeah. Gender balance. Hey. She was It's okay. I'll stand here with her. All right. So I know we just watched the film Battle for Laikipia. But before we dive into how we feel about the film, I know we started having conversations during tea break, and I'm glad that everyone has something to say. Please just introduce yourself in 2 minutes, what you do, and then we go to the next. I'll start with my neighbor, Cindy.
Thank you so much, Diana. My name is Cindy Makandi. Work with Tunga Media Africa, and we are an educational platform that uses film as a key learning resource. So what we try to do is bring films like Battle for Laikipia into the classrooms and into spaces where communities can engage with the film to create social impact.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Aston from ALIN, that's Ari Lands Information Network. We are an NGO that supports communities to achieve food security through provision of practical and usable information on environment and also agriculture using ICTs. It's a pleasure to join all of you.
Good morning and habari za asubuhi. Good morning and habari za asubuhi. I know you've been greeted until it just happens in your brains, but it's good to know that you're there. My name is Elijah Toirai. I work with Conservation International as a director for IPLC Partnership, Indigenous People Local Communities Partnership, and Natural Climate Strategy for Africa. And Diana, just to complete my introduction, but before I work with Conservation International, I am a Maasai from Kenya. That's very important in relation to the movie.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Collins. Collins Otieno is my name. I work with Green Faith. I support Green Faith's work on programs. I know most of us don't know Green Faith, but think of it this way. In one way or the other, you identify from a faith or a religious angle. And so in one way or the other, that particular belief informs how you approach life, how you carry out yourself. And so that is the power in which we ride on to be able to undertake what we do, which is mostly climate action. I support the program works, as I said, but mostly I'm always very biased to climate finance and carbon markets. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Brian Owino. I work with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry within the Climate Change Directorate. It's a great pleasure to be here, and the film will talk about it later, but I mostly support technical work around climate finance, negotiations, and policy work. Thank you, pleasure.
Yes, good morning. My name is Marlon Wallo, and I come from the Carbon Markets Association of Kenya, where I chair the association, which is made up of about 70 companies that are actively working around carbon markets, either developing projects or supporting them in one way or another. And I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the panel one more time. I think you can see we have a pretty diverse panel, and this was intentional because of the film that we just watched. So I know typically we are not used to watching a film before we start conversations, especially those of us who work with NGOs. But as I had mentioned earlier in my remarks, we are partnering with storytellers so that we can try and no? Yes? Oh, thank you. Maybe we'll discuss matters power as well. Anyway, yeah, so before we start, I would like to give the mic back to Elijah. As he mentioned, he's also a Maasai. The film centered mostly around indigenous peoples, communities, and how they're affected. So when we were having tea, Elijah, I think, is very passionate about this. So I would like you to take the floor first. Just give us your reflections on the film and also link it to the work that you do, also your experience as a Maasai. Maybe we can talk more about that.
Check. Thanks a lot, Diana. And I might take a minute longer, but just bear with me. And I know she will understand. For me to tell you guys a story that is not being told by that movie. But before I do, I just want to encourage, or at least confirm to all of you, that the translation was entirely correct. So what you're reading in the subtitles is exactly what was being said. But let's help each other understand what we are discussing. Some of the ranches were mentioned to have 8,000 acres, correct? 56,000 acres, I saw 62,000 acres. Put it in perspective that you from Nairobi can understand. I know all of you came from your villages, but sasa nyinyi ni watu wa Nairobi. Nairobi is 150, 160,000 acres. So you essentially need 2, maximum of 3 of those ranches to cover the entire of Nairobi. So when you're saying someone has 62,000 acres, you're saying that that person owns half of Nairobi. So that's the first thing I want it to sink to all of you. Additionally, and for those who know how to look for the numbers, the land now under question and all these, that will be the backdrop of Battle for Laikipia, is probably anything between 5 and 10% of Kenya. The whole of Kenya, about 5 to 10% of it is what is being told around the whole theme of that story. Now, Diana, my first few minutes will be Elijah as a Maasai before I say anything about Conservation International and the work I do with carbon markets. The second thing that I want us to understand, and I was keen and happy, and thank you, tech team, for going to the beginning so we could see the credits of everyone and anyone who was behind the production of the movie, is then to look at those names keenly. Whatever they're doing with my voice, I'll just continue. Mkiniongezea base kuliko ile niko nayo, ni sawa tu. Is that I can also, as I'm telling you that the translations was very correct, I can also tell you that that is a very sanitized version of the reality. Sanitized so it is politically correct, or at least passes production of movies, because it will have to be produced within some laws, rights, and things like that. I know someone who died in that conflict. I know somebody's whose 100 and something cattle were killed in that conflict. So as it may to you be a movie, to me that is my life. That is our life. And if you think it is not going on, and again I'm Maasai, so we are in Kenya and Tanzania, the numbers you're now talking about in Tanzania make the case in Kenya become a drop in the ocean. When you hear Loliondo, Ngorongoro, and all those things, you are, in Tanzania, you're talking about moving people out of an entire 4 districts. take randomly. Let's take Nairobi, combine it with Kiambu, combine it with Kajiado, and we are talking about displacing an entire people from those landscapes. Fourth reality checker. In the case of the Maasai, it's pastoralism. In the case of the Maasai, it is land rights. But then we have over 40, over 50 tribes in Kenya, right? In each and every of your tribes, there is a dose, there is an angle of that. So be detached from the Maasai story, but you also have that similar story. One more connection, and just reacting to it. There's a lady that I think pretty much for those who produce movies would call her the main character or amongst the main character. Diana, was it somebody Diggs? Sorry?
Maria Dogs.
Maria Dogs. Her explanation makes it very compelling. And I think you also saw the production of the movie paints those families, them being very positive and more strongly positive as opposed to the storyteller who stood with us throughout the story, as opposed to all those women. They were only being depicted in moments of desperation, while the other side will be depicted in moments of concern, but still positive at the end of the day. She explains to us in a very convincing way that her grandfather, maybe grandfather, came into Kenya when? For those who are keen with numbers.
1902.
1904, correct? Or 1908. That's very compelling. Makes it 100 plus years, and so you're like, yeah, that's fourth generation British Kenyan. Makes it very justifiable then for that to be her land. Again, I'm making this within the constraints of being a Kenyan, but I'm Maasai first. So if I am radical, I am just containing myself. I am of Laikipian descent. For those who study history and anthropology, there's a famous not intra. Is it? No, it's the other way around. Intra-Maasai conflict of 1810, 1820, thereabout. So that's probably 150 years before the British Kenyan generation came in. My tribe had within ourselves. We were maybe then the biggest of the Kenyan nation, so we were fighting within ourselves. So the Purko Maasais would be fighting the Laikipia Maasais, would be fighting with blah, 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 blah. And there were clan sets that were almost cleared, finished, such that they dropped a few descendants to survive. Mwingine akapelekwa tu akasema huyu peleke survive kwa Purko Maasai, such that this lineage doesn't disappear. I come from that lineage. So when we say land ownership, and we've been here since time immemorial, before your time immemorial was, we were. Do you get the conflict? So when we unwind the stories of time and the stories of rights, it becomes complicated, and I know I'm taking a bit of longer. But I want us to, and this is the only reason I ask to take it first. By going for tea, we kind of normalized our anger, our emotions, and our pain. And I'm just hoping by giving that anecdote that I'm lighting back the fire that movie kind of picked up from all of you. I want all of you political Kenyans, because I know every Kenyan is a political, including civil servants. We just choose to be respectful and not show out the politics. But I want you to understand the role of government in advancing, in protecting, in enabling the exploitation of the rights of people. Diana, finally, at least I'm connecting to your topic. In the movie, at least, there's a depiction of, we saw the white farmers or herders being armed. Eventually, that was politicized correctly by also showing the communities being armed. But if there is anything that hurt any of you, is that when it came to the actual atrocities of, human conflict, the communities, their houses being burned and their cattle being dumped. Unfortunately, your and my armies, the police, were brought into the picture. So when you saw that mzee who unfortunately was burned in his house, that wasn't done by the white farmers. That was done for the white farmers by a fellow Kenyan, by us. I want that to relate to all of you. We cracked a joke during coffee break and said, kumbe hii lugha ya polisi inakuanga, si lugha ya polisi, kumbe ni lugha ya. There you go. So, the issue of land rights in Kenya is very heated, is very debated, is very tough, Diana. And when we are connecting it now to climate action and soon to carbon rights, the battle for Laikipia gives you, Collins knows that carbon markets operate on the tracing the carbon rights according to the laws and policies of the land. The battle for Laikipia gives you a good reality checker on when you open a page thinking it belongs to Elijah, there was a Collins before that, and then there was you before that. Are we together? So when we are tracing carbon markets and carbon rights in Kenya, the convolution of land rights is inevitable. Conflict is inevitable. Intertribal issues is inevitable. And so comes a balance between when do we draw the line, when does the law apply? Si kila mtu atasema according to the law. But sooner or later we created Conservancies Act, we created the Community Land Act, and as is with survival, the quick ones adapted to our policies. And so when you go to reality checkers now, they own land that is compliantly according to the land rights of our country. You'll find a former ranch is now registered as a conservancy. It is a legal ownership status, and so technically they own the land rightfully according to the laws of Kenya. And so you end up in a rabbit hole that you don't know where it ends, and I hope it just a wake up to all of us that ukisema serikali iko wapi kwa your situation, serikali is policies. Unfortunately, when you, and this is where the youth come in, when you are not, when laws are being made, sooner or later you'll realize historical injustices to be then written well. So Diana, welcome to my story. Welcome to the story of our people. Most importantly, it is just me. It could easily also be you. It could easily also be you. And just to end it, you could easily see elections being in the picture somewhere there. Sindio? Election gani? 2022. That drought was the 2016-17 through to 2021-2022. Unfortunately, by the time we get into the next election, we'll also be in a drought. Unfortunately, by the time we get into the next election, we will only be in worse stories than those. Maybe not in Laikipia, maybe in your village. Tuko sawa? Let's make elections very real. We saw that, the late dogs, we saw her burial and her everything. Sendio? We also saw a Kenyan politician, a member of parliament, Lemprikel, Honorable Lemprikel. Situmuona mahali kitajwa. Unfortunately, Honorable Lemprikel passed on. Last year, I think, if I'm not mistaken. August last year, thank you. That was one of the worst months for a Maasai who wants to believe that elections, participating in laws, electing your own people is a way to resolving injustices for very many reasons. You could tell from that movie that these forces influence who we end up electing. These forces do influence in Laikipia who ends up being elected. They do also in your village. It's just that my undoing, for those who are storytellers, my undoing is the movie ended without, maybe it was produced before, way before Lemprikel passed on. my undoing is it doesn't give justice, because Lemprekel looks like he was imprisoned for a gender equality related case. But the gender equality was just the rope he used, because this is why he was imprisoned. Rights is why he was imprisoned. Rights is why he did not win his election. So, for nothing else, for those that are willing, I would propose if we can do a 1 minute of silence for Lemprekel. He was a fighter for rights, and so I would understand if you do not, or it's too political, so I would understand if not everybody stands. But just like you believe your member of parliament will make a big difference in fighting for your rights, so did we, that Lemprekel will make a difference in fighting for the rights of the Maasais in Laikipia. So if you can, if you're willing, Diana, I know it breaks your protocol, but if you don't mind, I think at least he deserves a minute of silence from us who believe we can make a change. Please, let's be on our feet. Thank you. Back to you, Dana.
Let's appreciate Elijah, please. I think one of the things that I like from your reflection of the film is how you've personalized it. I think most of the time in our line of work, sometimes we just talk about your job description, but you don't link it to, you know, your personal experience. So thank you so much, Elijah, for sharing that. I think that would take me to Brian, Mr. Brian from the Ministry of Environment. Elijah spoke mostly on policies and how it also links to the film that we've just watched. I was going to take it to Cindy, who's a storyteller, but I think for the flow of the conversation, maybe you can just jump in and give us your reflection from the ministry's perspective and also what you took of the film. Thank you.
Okay, I think I also have a loud voice like Elijah. But just to start off with what our mandate is as a ministry within the Climate Change Directorate, we've understood how some of these issues are deeply enshrined within the history of the country. And within this discourse is where we find that we need certain policies that are required to fill into these gaps, but also to generate more amicable solutions that can prosper the country. Within the SDG 16, it states on how we should have peaceful and inclusive governance structures within the country. And just to speak from the aspect of climate change, we do understand and we've seen how climate change even exacerbates the issues of conflict. Some of them do exist in history, as Eli just mentioned, but for us, we come in and look at the policy gaps. How can we formulate better ways in which we can manage resources? Just to give an example, the Climate Change Act, for example, when such policies are being enacted, there's one particular focus point, which is stakeholder consultations. And this is even one of the key areas that mostly as a ministry we bank on a lot, so that the communities, the indigenous people, the different stakeholders are engaged. And this is actually coming from them to ensure that we address some of these issues. And in my day-to-day work, we all understand, or for those who are interacting for the first time with climate change, within the pastoral communities, drought is a very significant issue that if not addressed, then it accelerates conflicts between them. Because one thing that we really need to understand is people usually fight to sustain their livelihoods. Because at the end of the day, you need to put food on the table, you need milk, they need to eat, and that is why they keep presenting their views in other forms like this one. Of course, land rights is one issue that also sits in another mandate, but also is addressed within the different policy frameworks. But climate change as an issue that we've taken and moved forward with it from the policy perspective since the realization of the SDG 13, for example. Then we moved towards establishment of NDCs, the nationally determined contribution. And at this stage in time, we do have the NCAP, the National Climate Change Action Plans. And right now we are trying to find mechanisms in which we can, invest in more innovative solutions. For example, if the population is growing higher and the pastoral community need to adopt some sort of sedentary lifestyles, or more or less something of that sort, then we find mechanisms in which we can generate more resources, mostly forage, water harvesting mechanisms, so that we reduce the acceleration of conflict between different communities. We've just seen an example of a white-black conflict. But even within our own communities, for example, the Northern Corridor, we find people fighting, communities are, fighting each other because of why? There's resources and the scarcity of pasture, the scarcity of water resources, which continues to shrink over time as climate change keeps hitting on their livelihoods. And then lastly, we just had the Carbon Markets Regulation Act 2024, particularly the sharing of proceeds from carbon markets. And there's a well-established structure within that regulation on how whenever a project comes in the form of carbon projects, the community are key stakeholders to ensure that at least 40% of proceeds from these projects are again pumped into the community. And this can be pumped in different forms. For example, building structures, for example, water plants and so forth, that can support communities to adjust to the impacts of climate change. And then lastly, I'll just give another example in Lamu County. I think that was about 2020, when there was a ban on mangrove utilization. If you understand how the blue carbon sector is also very vital for the carbon markets. The mangrove, during this period in 2020, we saw a lift in a ban such that only in Lamu County, where we have a massive mangrove along the coastal line, to allow the community to use resources. And it's stipulated in the mangrove management plan on how resources from such coastal or such blue carbon generating process can be used. So such policy frameworks are very important, but the key point is that as youth, as young people, whenever these policies are enacted and the process is on, we need to get ourselves engaged and distinctively, more so not influenced by the political processes, but to support and be part and parcel of these policy processes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Let's appreciate him, please. And I wish we had the whole day to discuss this, because I believe most young people here have so many questions on how they can engage in those policy processes. I want to pass the mic to Bob. You've spoken about how you engage and you have consultations with communities. So I just want Bob to also give us a bit overview of what you thought of the film, given that your work also revolves engaging communities as well. Brand spoke about the policies that are in place now. I know Bob has also been part of those policy development, especially the NCAP that you've spoken about. But Bob, please just give us a brief on your reflections on the film, but also in relation with your work.
Thank you so much, Diana. and first, maybe just to a bit emphasize on what Ele just said, just to show how serious the issue actually is. When you look at, for example, the ranch by Maria, it's 8,000 acres. So it's actually one of the smallest ranches in Laikipia, because, for example, when you look at Olpejeta or the Laikipia Nature Conservancy, the Ol Arinyiro, it's almost around 90,000 acres. Olpejeta is around 80,000 acres. So, for example, when you combine Olpejeta and Laikipia Nature Conservancy, it's bigger than Nairobi County. And these are just two. And also just to see, to show how serious it is. So when you look, for example, at our sensors, not just sensors, but even records from the Ministry of Lands, around 40 private ranches in Laikipia County, around 50 people, or around 40% of the total landmass of Laikipia County, because Laikipia is around 9,500 square kilometers, but around 50 people, or around roughly 40% of the total land in Laikipia County. These are mainly the ranches. When you combine the Olpejeta, private ranches, when you combine the Olpejeta and the rest that we've looked at, almost 50%, 40% of the total land mass in Laikipia County. So already you can be able to see how serious it is. And also maybe just take us a bit far so that you can be able to say, I think what Elijah said, the issue around the historical injustices. So when you look at the history, around 1904, we had the Anglo-Maasai Treaty. And in the Anglo-Maasai Treaty, what was said is that the Maasai willingly gave the white settlers their land to settle. Then most of them moved south. So most of them were actually forcibly evicted from their homestead between 1904 to 1911. But from the treaties that they agreed to move from there, from the land. Then around 1911, around 1915, because most of them had temporary leases, but around 1915, the leases were extended to 999 years. So for example, if you count right now from 1915, 999 years from 1915, that's up to when? That's just generally 1915 plus 1,000 years. So that means they'll be there for a really long time. Then when you got now our independence, one of the things that most communities expect at that time is that at least now the natives will be given back their land. But what happened is that during independence, the politically correct people are the ones who got land. So the natives still missed out. Then you came now to the constitution, the 2010 constitution. And in the constitution, I think most of them also, the expectation was that even the land leases, some of them will not be renewed. That was part of the expectation, but still that did not happen. So right now, most of them, because like you saw even in the movie, most of the migratory routes were blocked. They have electric fences and the rest. So most of the communities, once they moved south, but now when they're searching for pasture, that's when we see a lot of conflict. And because the movie was shot in 2017, 5 years, from 2017 to 2022, so I think it ended around the time when we really had serious conflict, which even led to then the CS Interior, that was the Fred Matiang'i, creating a sub-county in Laikipia, part of Laikipia West. So part of Laikipia West, there's another sub-county that was created called Kirima sub-county. And so part of what they expected, that once they created that sub-county, where now the headquarters in Olmoran Ward, at least the issue around the conflict will reduce. But that's, it's like you're splitting a sub-county into two just because of that. But still, they still have issues around land. Because, for example, even this year, part of Rumuruti, there's still issues around squatters and the communities, because there are some who claim it's their land, but some of the communities there feel that it's part of the land. So we've had, in Laikipia, the main thing is the historical injustices. And even from the movie, I think when we saw the movie, when it started, one of the things I think that most of us know that most of us have not acknowledged, particularly those from Laikipia. And this specifically Laikipia East and North. Because when you come to Laikipia West, that's the size of Kinamba, Sipili and the rest. For them mainly it's crops. The maize, majority is maize and the rest. But when you come now to Laikipia North and part of Laikipia East, that's where most of them are now pastoralists. And from the movie, I think one of the things, and I think when Elijah will confirm, when you're not really a Maasai or when you're a pastoralist, what will first come to your mind is, why are we keeping so many livestock? if you're not a pastoralist. But the moment you interact with them, you know, it's their livelihood. It's like, for example, a community like maybe someone from Nyanza. For them, it's fishing. You can't tell them that you need to move away from fishing. If someone was crops, you can't tell them you need to move away from crops. So even for the pastoralists, the main thing is that's their livelihoods. We have counties, for example, like Kajiado. Kajiado right now are trying to promote modulated pastoralism, but still one of the things that you have to ensure is that it's part of it's part of them. One good thing about the video is at least we heard from both sides, from Maria and even from Maria, we saw that they are fourth generation. Okay, it gives a good account when it comes to generational wealth, because for some of them it's the fourth generation. So most of them inherit land from their parents. The parents were here 1904, 1901, etc. But still there, but they've not actually, we've not addressed the historical injustices, and I think partly, and even as from the video, because from the video that was 2020, before the election, but then after that we had another election, but again we're going to have another election. I think as Elijah said, the issue around drought is serious in Laikipia, most part of Laikipia, because for example, only 25% of the landmass in Laikipia County is conducive for crops farming. The other 75% is mainly ranches and conservancies. So you can find that most of them are in the ranches and conservancies. So the main thing, I think the key takeaway is mainly around the historical injustices, and also that we've actually not addressed historical injustices. So we'll still continue having challenges in the county. We'll still continue having conflict in the county going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob. I'm so sorry to my next panelists. I'll try and rush you a bit because of time, and I know we have another session, and I had promised I will keep time. So I'm not trying to be a typical African and be caught with time. But I want you to take the mic now to Collins. Elijah said, and even Bob has mentioned this, that one of the things we see in the film is historical injustices, but this is something that, as much as it happened in the past, can also still happen again now or in the future. We are now in the era of carbon markets. We did play a video just to the audience for people to gauge, like, what do you know about carbon markets? So, Collins, just give us, in the mundane terms, please give us a brief on carbon markets, where we are. How many of us in the audience own land? How many of us here own land? Please just raise your hand. How many of us are set to inherit land? Oh, nice, nice. I like that even the ladies are, now Kenya is a bit woke. Yeah, so Collins, please give us just a very brief context before we delve into this, and then you take it to Marlon now to give us an overview.
Thank you so much, Dan, and quite an interesting conversation. There are certain things that I think you listen to better when they come from the person who has lived it. I think working in Marsabit and Isiolo for some time and just passing through Laikipia, you really don't get to the depth of it. But I'm going to relate the video to, of course, the mundane terms, as you call them, on carbon markets. First and foremost, carbon markets operates under certain principles. I think let's start from there. And the principles, largely, I'll draw them from the video. From the video, if you are very attentive, you realize that, number one, there was some sense of restrictedness in terms of movement of the pastoral community. So they are sort of restrained from, you can graze here, you can't graze here, you can move to this point, you can't move to this point. In fact, to use a very interesting term, is that we'll just make sure that we fall as many of them down if they cross to this other side if they graze this other side. Carbon markets operate in the sense of a principle called permanency. Let me start from this side. I wish we have like books, right? If we have books, draw 2 rings, zile za Audi, just 2. Audi, the car, 2. I'm told that only Luos will understand, especially from Bondo. I'm told Luos from Bondo would understand better. But draw 2 rings intersecting at a point. Please color the point at which they intersect. On one point, write Sustainable Development Goals. On the other side, write climate or emission reduction. In between where you have colored, point it and say this is carbon markets, because it's an incentive for doing both, so that you know why we are here and talking about carbon markets and sustainable development goals. So if you have those 2, then we can be able to have a conversation. That carbon markets operate under the principle of permanency. We are aiming to develop on one end what I was calling development or sustainable development goals, whichever pathway you take. But on the other extreme end, we are aiming to reduce emissions. Are we together? So then the principle comes in that carbon markets aims to ensure that there is permanency as far as emission reduction is concerned. Now, there are 2 layers to this. The first layer is ensuring that permanency. But the second layer of permanency is ensuring that there is no irreversible outcome that might come to disrupt the retained emission to be on the air. Remember, you are either avoiding or you're either avoiding or I thought today was a climate change day. So you're either avoiding or reducing, right? So you're either avoiding or reducing. So if you can be able to avoid or retain that emission or greenhouse gas emission within, then you can be able to get the difference between the point of if business went on normally and the emissions were emitted and when they are not. So permanency becomes a very critical element, but not just permanency alone. You make sure that it is irreversible. You are not tampering with it to be able to come out. So that permanency can only be ensured if there is no movement. So you get where I was coming with that particular movement. That permanency has to be sort of ensured. Number 2, which is more close to permanency, but is largely about cross-border emission kind of thing, is what we call the principle of avoiding leakage. You must be able to ensure that if you are operating within a context or a carbon market context or a carbon offset project development offset context, your project does not have anything that might leak carbon in the process of either doing either thing. Either you are transporting to the market or, and I can explain this better when I talk about clean cook stoves. You produce and then distribute. So if the distribution channel is emitting more than what is going to be consumed by using clean cook stove, then there is a problem. So you have to ensure that at least you're avoiding leakage. The other part of those particular principle is accountability and transparency, which is largely done by the government, right? The government tries to ensure that, number 1, we have the element of debit and credit. And in this way, I think I need to explain it better by saying that the government is in charge of ensuring that they tell us that, okay, this particular project generated this amount of carbon, and so we will debit it on our end as we credit it to the other person. I think that the math of crediting and debiting is much easier because all of us, probably 3/4 of us, own a bank account.
So sometimes when your account is debited, you frown a little bit, but when it's credited, you are a bit overjoyed. So that I need not to explain quite a bit. Then there is the other element, which is additionality, which is the last principle I'm going to talk about. Additionality is that you have to demonstrate that without external support, your project cannot proceed. Are we together? That you have to critically examine and say, okay, for this particular project to go on, your project, whichever you are doing, any carbon offset project, you really need to demonstrate that I have to get an external support for this particular project to continue. What do we mean by this? What is the scale of the project? Because you can't just say, okay, this is a small mini place that I want to do this particular project, and you claim to be doing carbon offset projects. Elijah will tell you that you might qualify for what they call ecosystem service provision, or what we call, Elijah is called an ecosystem service finance, which they do in RED+, reducing emission through forest deforestation and degradation, as opposed to you getting carbon credits or engaging in the market. So additionality becomes a very peculiar principle, especially when you want to engage in the carbon offset projects. Now, and I'm going to finish by this because I know time is not on our side. I think Brian did mention that the carbon market landscape operates within the context of the policy. And so not any project will pass the hands of the government as a carbon offset project. The Kenyan NDC, which Brian has spoken to, has two sides to it. There is what people call conditional NDC targets and unconditional NDC targets, right? Whereby the conditional NDC target, and this is tied to additionality element, that conditional NDC targets are those commitments that the country has said that they would do, but only and only if there is some of the support given to them to be able to undertake them. Then there is the unconditional element, where the government has said, be it as it may, even if you supported us or not, we will be able to carry out this. And so you occasionally hear the ministry that Brian said he works for coming out and saying that we have dedicated this amount of money to implementing our NDCs, and we are going to provide internally this amount of money, X, to be able to facilitate that. But we will rely on external support to this extent to be able to meet our NDC. So you can only design carbon offset projects or carbon market targeted projects under the conditional NDC targets. Are we together up to that particular point? Now, I know most of the time we tend to ask ourselves, it looks so far, Collins, where do we get in? The carbon offset project or a carbon market cycle, carbon project cycle has different layers to it. And I'm hoping that the Carbon Market Association of Kenya will talk to this. But there is a point to every single one of us, especially the young people who are within this particular room, to be able to get to know the process to which a carbon offset project takes. And I think the ministry is developing something to guide communities to that extent. But ideally, carbon offset projects are not just like any other projects. You have to do community consultations and they approve of it before you do the overall registration. I'm hoping that, because I don't want to spend more time, Carbon Market Association of Kenya will talk to it, but registration, signing of community development agreements, to the extreme end where now you offload the credits to the market. I think that probably gives us an overlay of how the carbon project cycle looks like and the entry points in which we can be able to engage. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Collins. I think that was a very simplified way of explaining to us what carbon markets and carbon projects entail. So I hope we are following the conversation as I pass the mic now to Marlon, who works at the Carbon Markets Association of Kenya. I would like you also to maybe touch a little bit on one of the principles that Collins talked about, which is on accountability and transparency. I know he said the ministry is developing a guideline, which I had seen something online. I hope that's the guideline that the ministry has developed, which is like a simplified version of what carbon markets are. I mean, the pages are still pretty much. So I hope we get a simplified guideline for the young people as well. So Marlon, maybe you can just speak on that. If you could take the shortest time possible, we will appreciate, so that we can have people also ask a few questions. Thank you.
I'm going to do my best, thank you. But allow me to give my take on the film. And I'll begin by saying there's no better time for me to have watched that film than today. And this is because 2 weeks ago, I was in Laikipia. And in the depths of it, Elijah, I'm sure you're familiar with Ilngwesi. And I was in the depths of Ilngwesi, and we were doing just that which we are supposed to do as the Carbon Markets Association, and to understand how the communities perceive carbon markets. What are the benefits that go to them? Does it make sense or not? And as fate may have it, on that day, at some point, we had military choppers flying all over, and we had the ATVs, the big military vehicles all over, and the big Kenya Army trucks doing raids in the compound. And for a moment, we thought we would die, because suddenly there were gunshots all over. And what we discovered is that the military was repatriating stolen livestock back to the owners. You have to leave that to understand how scary this thing is. And for most of us who wear suits and live in Nairobi, it's just another story, the way we are interacting with the Iranian story. We are nowhere near it. When they tell you 1,200 children and women have been killed, we're like, wow, that's so sad. Then life moves on and we complain about fuel prices. But to leave it is something different. And we were unfortunately in that place together with the German ambassador, and it was very scary for him as well, I can imagine, as it was for us, with the Laikipia governor as well. And that film does not do justice in terms of showing you the realities and how scary it is to be in a place where any minute from now could be the last day of my life. If you say Hail Marys, that would be a good time. But there's no better place to also advocate for justice than in an audience such as this, where all of you are energetic and your whole future is ahead of you. So the change we are looking for as a country and as a world will not be given to us by older people who are trying to work for their retirement and their pensions. The future will be fixed by younger people like us, you in this room, who know that if things are not fixed, then the future is not going to exist. So take up this information and don't let it die with you here. Think about it, ponder over it, and most importantly, look for solutions to go over it. Because when you talk to those communities, the Maasais in those regions, then they tell you that the issue is probably not even with the Mzungu. It is them being pitted against themselves. It's a neighbor paid to fight a neighbor or to kill a neighbor. And my argument is always follow the money. Look for the person who's profiting from the whole thing. I'll let that rest at that, just enough for you to think about. Now, coming to carbon markets, which is one of the main reason I traveled to Laikipia to understand, are they really getting value for their money? Is carbon market or carbon credits or carbon revenue doing what it's supposed to do for the communities? And are the projects real, or do we have documents put online that don't mean anything? And I'd like to say that as I was surprised to find that the communities in Laikipia are very welcoming to carbon projects. The biggest problem they have is a few officials are running away with the money. And that's what starts to create conflict. And the biggest conflict we have in this world, as you will see in any other place in the world outside Kenya, is always a fight for resources. It's not even ego and supremacy. It's someone wants to secure their future so tightly that no calamity in this world will affect their livelihood. And that level of greed is what brings conflicts in this world. But if we're able to share our resources fairly, justly, then some of these conflicts will not exist. So one of the aspects of carbon markets that we look at very keenly when you're developing a carbon project is co-benefits, and that touches on the SDGs as well. And also, of course, it touches on how revenue is allocated to the communities. And there's always a debate, what will the community do with the money? Because if you hear one conservancy was given 60 million shillings, another one got 36 million shillings, and so on and so forth. The first question is, what will they do with the money? Number two, are they getting the money in cash or in kind? And that's the beginning of the conflict. The money lands, people start fighting for obvious reasons. And one thing I was telling the people of Laikipia and the conservancies and the Maasais who are there is your revenue should not do the work of your taxes. And it is something that a lot of the people have been arguing about, because they're saying when we get our carbon revenue, we'll pay school fees for our children, we'll do roads, we'll drill boreholes, and so on. I told them, no, that is not the job of your money. Your money is your money. You decide what you want to do it. If you decide to build a borehole, yes, but it's not an obligation for carbon finance. And I was glad I said that when the governor was there, because I told the governor, it is then your job to make sure that these people survive. If they need boreholes, you have enough money to drill boreholes for the people of Laikipia. They do not have to use again the carbon resources they get to start doing your job for you. I hated to be a politician, but I discovered that my role in being a Carbon Markets Association chairman, I didn't know, but now I discover it's a very political role. But because in every place I go, I have to speak justice to common sense. You know, teaching adults common sense is a very annoying thing to do, but it's very necessary. Yeah. Please don't laugh, because I'm sure we don't all use our common sense, even in this room. You know, if you know you're supposed to wake up at 6, then you wake up at 7 because you snoozed your alarm. I mean, that's failing to use your common sense. But we do those things, and it's human weakness. But it's our job to remind each other, because we forget. I mean, it's normal, right? So I extend grace to the corrupt, but we have to keep on reminding them. There's no perfect society in this world. Even the so-called first world countries, if they perceive your potential enemy, they will not negotiate with you, they'll bomb you to the ground. And I think that is not common sense. So I'm not going to make anyone feel any foolish than the other, but let's try to employ common sense as much as possible. And just to wind up, I'm going to agree with Collins that carbon markets are anchored on certain principles. And as he has clearly put, we have the most important one is, are you actually capturing anything, you know? And number two, are you coming to do something new or something that has always existed? And number three, do you actually need money to do what you're doing or not? And those things are the ones which are covered by different complicated terms like additionality and carbon permanence, common practice additionality. So are you, for example, if you're coming to do a soil carbon project, as is common in the Northern Corridor, they call it soil carbon because we're trying to see how much carbon we can keep in the soil. Because apart from the ocean, soil is the second biggest carbon sink that we have in the world. And if you do controlled grazing, then you get the soil captured in the soil, the carbon captured in the soil for longer. And if you're coming to do that, the first question you have to ask yourself when you're doing the feasibility assessment of that project is it necessary? Do the pastoralists practice their own method of soil carbon without calling it soil carbon? Or is it something that actually needs a bit of intervention? And then number two, you ask yourself, if we do this project, how permanent is this project likely to be? Or are we going to capture the carbon for a week, and then a week later it all leaks out because we did not put safeguards for the project and we didn't have a strong project boundary? So when you're trying to achieve these things as a carbon project, is one of the places you'll start hearing that a carbon project developer has signed a 40-year land contract with the community. And then everybody goes up in arms and says, 40 years, why 40 years? Why are you taking our land? Because they have the memory of land was taken to them for 999 years on lease. And it's a very familiar concept. So a good thing is hurt by injustice, you know. And another thing that we are trying to do to make sure that communities understand how to interact with the carbon projects, we don't want to make them mere beneficiaries of carbon project. What we are advocating for from the association is, especially in land-based projects, the communities who are involved in these projects become co-owners of the project at the point of registering the company. So they are not told, you sit and wait, we will give you the carbon revenue after 5 years. We don't want that anymore. We are very intentional about all carbon projects that are coming into the country to give us the formula on how they are going to make sure the communities develop, not as beneficiaries who sit and cross fingers and hope that they'll get some carbon revenue. No, they have to have internal viewership and knowledge and transparency of where the money is going to, where the money is coming from. Are they selling the carbon credits at $5, at $50, at $10 a credit? That has to be very clear. And then how much is going to the government in form of fees, levies, and taxes, and how much is going to go to the developer as a return on their investment, and how much is going to go to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malo, for that. Let's appreciate him, please. So I have to apologize in advance. This next session is going to be very rushed. So I see hands are already up. You take 1 minute, your name, your question, who you're directing it to. I wanted to rush the panelists, but I felt like this is a very important conversation to have first so that we have context before we start to engage. So raise your hand, 1 minute. I don't know who's moving the mic. Just your name, your question, and who you're directing it to. Yeah, thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Ian Okesa, and I love this topic on land because it's something personal to me. There was this time I was in this group where we were doing about how human beings are connected to the land. And it came out clearly that we as human beings, our roots are in the land. And I know you can agree with me. Because you're all connected to the land one way or the other. If you're not now, you will be soon enough when you get buried. But land is usually the biggest, is a very big contention because everyone wants to possess it without regarding anyone else. So, I actually agree with you about the common sense. Because I actually learned somewhere, the common sense is a punishment because you have to deal with the ones who don't have it.
Ian.
The question is
yes,
directed to all of you. Whoever will answer, will answer. How do we deal with these issues of, what was it? Yeah, how people, we all have this, like the pastoral communities, they're always in conflict with each other. How will we achieve this peace that we are longing for in these communities if we keep on having the same ones over and over again? Okay, everyone is writing, everyone will answer.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Who's speaking? Switch on the mic, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll not take a minute, but you'll bear with me. I'm Nyambura Mothoni, a student at the Management University of Africa, and also a member of the Secretariat of the Presidential Campaign Team of Dr. Fred Okengo Matiang'i. You mentioned him, so I'm a member of his Secretariat, pushing for the agenda of young people and women in the Secretariat. I have a few questions and also recommendations. As we have such a conversation, we have committees, departmental committees in Parliament that address these issues. So next time we can kindly invite MPs from maybe that are dealing with matters land, environmental justice, and everything else. Because as we look at matters policies, we had an issue as the young people, we were having an uprising with the government in 2024 about the land bills and an amendment of bills. There was also an amendment of bills in matters forest and conservation management rights, right? And these MPs are the ones that push these bills to Parliament. Like, unasema mimi ni wa Murang'a jameni, unataka tuanze kulipa tax rate.
Please go to the next point. I'm sorry.
Okay,
but
so that,
yes.
that was point 1.
Yes.
Point 2, I was rethinking about the book of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Not Yet Uhuru. We are not, we as the young people, and I urge each and every one of us to have a generation conspiracy, because as we talk about the issue of Laikipia, foreigners, and it's so unfortunate that I have to say this, but people who are not Kenyans or are not originally Kenyans own land in Kenya, which is illegally. And as a Kenyan,
You're
you
going
cannot
to take up other people's time.
I mean,
I'm sorry
you
to rush
you
but
cannot get land in any other country, right? So as we have these conversations as a country, how are we going to, now to the person from the Ministry of Lands and Environment, you can tell us how are we going to make sure that we are not, these people are not getting land wholesomely as a foreigner. The other thing is in terms of emission of these materials, we have batuk. Batuk is a problem that Kenyans are talking about day in, day out. So how can we as a country make sure that these emissions are causing cancers for people in Kenya, our citizens, and we've not gotten solutions for that. So what are we going to do?
Thank you. Next, yes, please. Make it very short. Yes. Please switch on the mic.
Thank you. I have to agree with Mr. Malone on the view of most of these fights are for resources are because we are not distributing them equally. And if we distributed them equally, then fights could reduce to 0% in an ideal world. But then from a technical point of view, my name is Valentine Luhunzu. I am an analytical chemist and a data analyst by profession. I look at the carbon market as something that has a gap in the real world data, real-time data metrics, and sometimes we end up investing in some projects that don't end up to be successful. Is there anything, or do you think investors can be willing to pay a premium or to invest in bigger and advanced programs that are using more advanced chemical and technical models, or they can just invest in the small risks?
Thank you. I think I'm seeing so many hands and I feel really terrible for doing this. But I invite you to please also engage our panelists. They're still here, right? You're still here. So please, this is also your opportunity to network and talk to them in depth. Last question, and then they will respond just very quickly, because we have another session, and KSG is very strict with time when it comes to lunch as well. Thank you.
Mine is not a question, but an idea that I came up with from perspective of Elijah and Malcolm. I mean, how do we ensure climate solutions like carbon markets benefit communities instead of displacing them? My answer is by giving community ownership, protecting land rights, and ensuring they directly benefit from these projects. Let's not just talk about solutions. Let's just start implementing them together.
Thank you so much for the intervention. I think I'll give the mic back to Marlon to respond, as the next person with the question can organize themselves. Please, just in 1 second. Yes.
I'll try and give one-line answers to everything. How do we achieve peace? I think we need to have a very strong a justice system, a very legal and justice system, and law enforcement system that we need, and a lot of encouragement, civic education. But the biggest problem is we have profiteers of these crimes. So those who are profiteering from these crimes are the ones we are supposed to look after, and they are right in front of us. The next question was from Nyambura, Matiang's team. I don't think Batuk emits here. They are a British Army unit, but there's no emission that comes from them. And about the land that you're asking about, we are trying to fight a century-old battle. That land was already given centuries ago, and the contracts were amended before most of us were born in this. Actually, none of us was born in this room, and we're trying to undo the mistakes of our grandparents. trust me, we are the people to do it, but it's not going to be easy. So roll up your sleeves, put on your gumboots and gloves. It has to be you to do it, to undo those laws. And then on Valentine, yes, we have investors who are investing in different and more technical carbon projects, such as we have what is known as direct carbon removal, which is carbon being sucked out from the atmosphere, and it's happening in somewhere around Elementaita. And we have different types of carbon removal, especially very chemical and good for you to go and research on, known as enhanced rock weathering. I think if you write that down, you can learn a few things about carbon removal. And then the last question about how the solution on how to achieve peace, trust me, they're already doing that. The peace, again, is the lack of peace, actually, is because of the criminals who want to profit from it. You know, if you're threatening somebody's livelihood and someone is a criminal, then they will keep on doing their crime. The question we should ask ourselves is, why do we still have criminals who are roaming free?
Okay, so in case there's a question that he did not tackle, maybe Brian, you can do that. But if he's tackled all the other questions, then I think the other panelists. Yes.
Yeah, I think there was a question on land management, but we have to differentiate two things, being a citizen of Kenya and land ownership. Those are two different things. You can be a citizen, but you don't own land. Yes, let's get that right. And I think to achieve peace, one, we have to have the right institutions that are strengthened, and two, capacity. That is capacity, people are empowered through different innovations that we have in the market. And then lastly, on forest management, I think, and wildlife conservation, we do have strategies. For example, within the Kenya Forest Service and Kenya Wildlife Service, there's different strategies going towards 2030, and their main aim is to ensure that there's inclusivity and we achieve peace and at least minimize the loggerheads that are happening between different communities. At least SDGs by 2030 we remain peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there
Excuse me, Diana.
Sorry, who's speaking?
Here.
Wait, please wait. No. I think, is there any other question that was not tackled?
Elijah is Maasai, and he had that they are fighting, so he wants to say they are not fighting.
Diana, somebody said that carbon markets are detached from realities. This is because we are not understanding how they are attached to realities. Carbon markets are a means for financing when we are trying to address climate action. And it allows for a community to be able to get a source without necessarily begging or waiting for the government to come and intervene. Serikali's idea. Now, once you establish that, then you notice that people will always be part of that equation. And I like how Marlon has put it, but what we are missing to put out is, even if you design a very good carbon project or a conservation project, and you miss to consider the role of people, because somebody said people and land, people and those ecosystems are together. We've had to design in Agani, upande miti in Agani, and you miss to consider the role of people in that equation, that project is guaranteed to fail. Now, I wouldn't want anyone to leave this room thinking I only talk rights. I also talk carbon projects, but specifically nature-based carbon projects. So when we are trying to work with nature to get it right, and more specifically, negotiations with communities, getting their consent and making sure that we don't end up with them being against the carbon project. Now we are talking Laikipia. We are talking that because it is home to the biggest soil carbon projects. As a Maasai, I can confidently say we are actually very supportive of carbon projects because it is one of the very few conservation approaches, at least the soil-based carbon projects, that is supportive of pastoralism. You come and work with us with a moderated, phased out, managed pastoralism, but at least you're working with pastoralism. Because until then, all other conservation ways were always, waambie waache ng'ombe waanze kupanda mboga. But you don't think our ancestors walipanda mboga wakaona ng'ombe ndio iko more realistic. My last comment is basically relating to benefiting and ownership of the projects. I think the key thing that we need to The key thing we need to understand is, that's I'll give 2 points and you don't even need to come to me with concluding marks is, the key thing we need to understand is the setup might not be perfect. Carbon markets might not be perfect, but they are a much better model than what we've always had. They are very bad examples, but they're also very good examples. Carbon projects, soil-based carbon projects in pastoralisms, they are very good examples. They are also very bad examples. Just as in this room, they are very good people, and they are very bad. Sija point mtu yoyote. So, based on the bad people, would you then go in and say that the people in this room are all of them bad? Last comment, Diana and the rest of you are still youth. Your voice, unlike yetu yenye ilikuwa regional or village based, Malon sindio, yenyu iko global. When you make such a voice, it goes global. Yetu unajua tulikuwa tunafanya kwa mabaraza hata ifiki Nairobi. So if there is a problem, this is your window. Make your voice knowing that it will be heard.
Thank you so much, Elijah. I wasn't even going to give guys Mark to give their closing remarks. So I'll just give the mic to Cindy. We have done an injustice to you, but please just give us 1 minute of your time and give us your reflections as we close.
I think I wouldn't call it injustice because the panelists here have really captured the essence of why I was to speak. And this was to tie it together on what the power of storytelling can do. Essentially, you have all been able to draw from the experiences on the film and explain some of the concepts and also draw on from your own personal experiences from watching the film. And I think having somewhere to start from makes the conversations much more easier to have. And that is the evidence that we need to present around the power of storytelling in incorporating it in the work that we do. I will be here till Friday, so would you like to speak more about storytelling, then I'll have the pleasure to also engage in that. And the afternoon session also captures a lot more, so there's no injustice at all, Diana. This is exactly what we wanted to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if I cut you short, but we started in the morning. If you came in early, you would have gotten more time to speak. Thank you so much, our panelists, for your time. Please do mingle with the young people in the room, and I think they still have so many questions for you. I'm guided that we need a group photo as we exit the stage, but let's appreciate them, please. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much. DJ, for this next session, you should have already known who we want to call next. You should have already been playing some songs here. But as we introduce this next panel, maybe we be upstanding. Tumeka sana. May we be upstanding? And I hope muliandika notes. DJ, you are the one. You can add volume. Let me see us dance a bit. If you're not dancing, I'm seeing you.
Jau Kenya ja pesa mawange lando wado nyango ko hanga ita mande kome Nairobi kawa teko hey Poda pek wado hanga poda pek wado hanga poda pek one ka duonya lego victimas $2 bango tu
Dennis, this song is to as we are ushering you in.
Paris walk London kanyobe akalo Berlin kanyo
So guys, work with me here. Are we all together? You make a 1 right turn and 1 left turn, okay? But you have to go with the beats. All right, let's go. Bendalando pile pile. Swing a beat.
Diana, you're getting it. Swing a bit. Turn around. Turn around.
All black
Uh-huh.
Kilwanga ninja. Money over everything. Jabber pay winja. Hey, na squeeze ni king ya bank manager niliza Mr. Hanga.
You have video vixens in here. Thank you. You may have your seat.
Na marapa wamevaa yellow hapo backseat waambia naangalie gari tu squeeze wamekuwa kanjo. Si give a fuck man. Nimekuwa vajo rap kwa damn man. Neja toka pacho. Ngeni ni ya Octopizo Obama na pia sijasahau Lumumba Pato. No wonder squeeze nikipanda stage na chaga favorite rap hapo na mkono kwa kichwa na nawika mayo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you could just do punguza volume kidogo, please. It's too loud. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Aseto. I'm here for the next session. We will be talking about matters to do with bridging the gap, the green gap, from youth climate innovation and policy and investment. So I'll just, to introduce and to just lay things bare, I'll just read something that I found out as I was doing my research. Young people in Kenya, across Africa and around the world are no longer passive stakeholders in the climate change conversation. They are frontline leaders, innovators, and advocates of urgent change, from community-based adaptation efforts and in arid regions to cutting-edge green technologies and digital climate solutions. Youth are actively shaping a more sustainable future despite limited access to funding, policy influence, and decision-making processes. So we had to have a discussion as the young people to find out how we can play our own role, leave our own mark in finding solutions to matters to do with climate change as stakeholders who will be in this world longer than everybody else. What is our role? How are we changing the conversation? Are we in these rooms making this decision? And Hilary Korir is the National Treasury Climate Finance Unit Flocker representative. Karibu sana, Hilary. Karibu sana, man looking dapper in his suit. Karibu. As well as Lynn Modesta, who is the Green Faith representative. Karibu sana, Lynn. Karibu sana. Yuko wapi? Tumuoni. Okay, sawa sawa. But we shall be having, hey, the guy from number 9, Octopi-I-double-Z-O-O, Octopizo. Karibu sana. He is a founder, Octopizo Foundation, and EU ambassador as well. Karibu sana. If you also must know, is a person who has something to do with cutting edge matters to do with fashion. So he's going to tell us about that as well, right? And then we shall be having Calvin Shikuku, who is the founder Motorbikes as well. Karibu sana, right? And remember, this is not an interview. It is not just about the panelists. You guys will be having an opportunity to ask your questions, to respond to the same, but you're going to be keeping it short and sweet. Diana. SDGs, gender equality. I just show up. All right, so. Okay, Collins, Green Faith. Kolo, karibu sana. Karibu sana as we have this conversation as well. This guy, I usually say, has some beautiful brains when it comes to matters to do with carbon credit. But let's talk about this from a perspective of the young people. And gentlemen, we're here today to talk about climate change from a perspective of young people, right? Many would say, young people are there to tick boxes. You know, every other place you go, public participation, the youth are there to do what? To tick a box to say, let that policy pass, right? But are we really in these rooms? Are we making a change? Are we being heard to? Are we there just to be seen? These are the questions that we'll be having this afternoon. But let me start with some of the barriers that the youth find themselves in. And I'll start with you, Octo. We talk about climate change in the perspective of young people. But young people say we're not in these rooms. What are some of the barriers that the young people find today that stops them from being the change makers that they want to be or they ought to be?
Check. Good afternoon. So yeah, straight to your question, what are some of the challenges? Personally, I would say there's more creative ways of doing things, but they're not turned into policies. And so when you see everybody talking about climate change, it's always a lot of English, a lot of hard words that don't relate to young people. And so a lot of things just go without people understanding, is this the solution? Is this not the solution? Can I have the solution myself? Is what am I saying gonna work? So it only work in a crowd, but then when they go to the levels where now things are being passed, it doesn't pass because we are not in the policy making rooms. So we just talk, is like people say, like even today, if you go to my village or even Kibra and ask people about SDGs, probably 80% of people don't know what SDGs. They think it's another party like ODM, you know. And it is sad because it's always been SDGs, but it's not been brought to a level of young people's ways of understanding, you know. And I think for us, like artists, this is where now we come into. We can create ways of spreading the messages in a entertainment way, but it's not enough, because if the policies are not being made in those rooms and changes that they adopt the things that we are saying, then it's just another program.
So I just want to look at it in terms of sustainable conversations that the youth ought to be having, right? And I just want to look at it from you as Achankuita Balozi, yeah? EU ambassador, right? What are these things that then you'd say is stopping this conversation to include the youth? Is it by design, or is it that the youth are not interested in these conversations?
I think it's by design, actually, because there's a lot of bureaucracy when it comes to also this stuff. So I don't think many youths are actually willing not only to learn, but also to apply some of their methods that they think work. So it's by design, because first, the fundings are not reaching young people. It reaches certain organizations. Organizations have structures. Before it reaches the young people, it's probably too late or not at all. Like, we've just seen how many youths in Laikipia are getting funds for this stuff, for instance. Probably none, you know, but there will be an organization in Nairobi that is getting funds for stuff that's happening in Laikipia. There's an organization getting funds in Kibra, but they're doing the things that they should be doing somewhere else.
Yep.
You know, so the funds are not reaching the young people. The data is not reaching the young people. So, like, I've been doing some projects in Siaya on clean cooking, but the data doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You know, they just say like, this is the first clean cooking thing in Siaya. You know, Siaya is a big county. It's like saying this is the first kitchen. So we are not in 1902. This can't be the first kitchen. But so it's very romanticized so that it looks like it's a big thing. Yet there's many young people doing this stuff with their own funds, not maybe to the perfect level, but because they cannot, the funds are not available to them. So I think the data is missing, the funding is not reaching the right people on the grassroots level. And just in general, they are not consulted during decision making. Yeah, so we can come up with a lot of proposals. This is what we think should be done. This, I think, is be the solution, like one young man said there. But then we'll just clap, like, hey, that was amazing. But the day when now this thing is passed, your solution was not adapted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you've talked about something that is critical, and that's about funding, and that's where the rubber meets the road. Let me bring in the money guy, National Treasury, yeah? So we talk about FLOCA that has been going around the country looking at projects that are there and the funds that have come to the country. Let's first recognize that FLOCA as a fund is not a grant, it's a loan, right? And as we talk about FLOCA reaching communities that are putting in the work to change their story, there's also been a problem in whether those funds have reached the people it ought to. And among them are the youth. I'm going to give you an example of what is happening, say, at the coast, at the mangrove forest, carbon credit and all this conversation. You go to like Kipia, what people are doing there. You go to the Mau, what people are doing there. I'll give you a story. There's a gentleman in Kisii who's using the banana stalks to develop sanitary towels. And with that is told the people of Kisii, grow more bananas so that once you get your product that you sell to the market, I will come take the banana stalks, create sanitary towels. He's a very young guy, recognized globally, but not recognized back home. Shida iko wapi?
Good afternoon, first and foremost. My name is Walter Muturi.
Walter, yes.
Yeah, I'm from Nyamira County. Although I work for the National Treasury. Unfortunately, Hillary Korir will not make it to this meeting, and he asked me to hold brief for him. So that's why I'm here. And regarding the FLOCA program, first and foremost, just to unpack it to all of us, it is a participatory risk assessment-based program. So the issues that are to be financed or to be invested on by the national government are identified at the ward level. So what happens is there's a ward committee that sits, and then they agree on the climate-related issues that are affecting the community. Of course, entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship, such as what you've just mentioned from the Kisii youth, is also part of that communication because it's building livelihood and thus addressing food security. But when those are prioritized, unfortunately, some of those innovative and great ideas do not make it to that level of prioritization. So the dire needs that need to be addressed are the ones that make it to that level, like water issues, food insecurity issues, drought, and flood-related disaster risk management issues that need to be addressed. And so the FLOCA program basically looks at what would address a problem that touches on a larger scope, as opposed to those critical and innovative ideas that the youth have. That's specific to the FLOCA program.
But one would say that the critical aspects that we're talking about today are what would then go into addressing the problems that you want. Because if you empower community, if you empower individuals to be able to get returns, then they're able to invest in their communities and address the problems that the government then is looking at what is affecting everybody. But if you pesa mfukoni, to these young people, pesa mfukoni to these communities in these ward levels, then the government would have to deal with other issues. But because you've empowered these people, it is these people who move the economy. It is these people who change the story. So how then is it that the critical aspects that we ought to give so much attention to is given the back burner?
Okay, just to correct myself, most of the issues that are put at the back or that are not addressed, that are not prioritized when we are prioritizing the projects and programs that need to be financed under the FLOCA program are not left. They actually, there's a sort of follow-up into phase 2 of the FLOCA program that now will seek to bundle some of these innovative ideas. Now, the issue is how do we make them bankable? How can we create a business case from these projects? And the project that you just mentioned is one good innovative idea that can be scaled up and managed across the counties if it is being reflected across all the counties. So there is that bundling, clustering of those innovative projects that could be scaled up in phase 2 of the FLOCA program.
All right. I want to take this to you guys, right? So let us shoot our questions to individuals who are here. I will be coming to Collins and Calvin a little bit later. But what are some of the issues when it comes to funding, when it comes to youth being included in these conversations that you think are not being given priority? It's an opportunity for you to ask the question so that you get a response from the gentlemen who are seated here. So make it short and sweet as we proceed. So let's go. There's a gentleman right there. There's a lady there. So, yeah. Whoever has the microphone first.
Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Frederick Odhiambo.
That's an Ali. Yeah.
Kubwa. My question goes to the person in charge of the money at the national.
The money guy, yes.
The money guy. My question is, like, let's say, for example, on funding the youths, like the video that we saw at Laikipia. I know there are so many youths there. They have some agenda. They have formed their group, but you will get that they don't have the resources and they don't know how they will reach the resources at the top national level because they don't have any information. Like, let's say, for example, the Youth SDG Week. I know if you check at the data, there's no one from Laikipia where the event took place because they didn't got any information. You as the money guy, there are funds there for those guys. How will they reach? Where are they reaching at them in case they don't know any information? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. There's a lady here who had her hands. Yeah.
Hi. Okay, my question is, what are some of the support systems needed to help the youth-led initiatives to grow from the grassroots levels to a much more recognized level? Yeah.
All right, cool.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Uba Abdullahi. I hail from Garissa and I travel to be here today. I've been here for the past 2 days and thank you. I think this is my chance. I wanted to interact with the previous guys who are here, but there was something I wanted to bring your attention to as the young people from Garissa. Yes. First of the thing, when it was about the climate, right? So in Garissa, there's a constituency called Ijara. I'm from there. We have indigenous species, animals. These are like we border Somalia at a point, and we border coastal Kenya at a point. So we have indigenous species like Hirola and a white giraffe, a white zebra, and they are being killed. And I wanted every Kenyan to know that it's our responsibility to protect them. I'm a little bit tensed, I'm sorry. Because I raised my voice back home, and it was more of politicized thing. I was told like it's something to do with the Uhuru regime. It's something we shouldn't be talking about. We have a permanent lake there, and there's a French guy who is actually privatizing everything. I want every Kenyan to know that, and because Garissa is part of Kenya.
Thank you.
We belong in Kenya.
Thank you.
And the other thing is about the droughts in northeastern, the guy who was speaking from the Masai region, the Laikipia, and as a person from the Garissa, because we have so many NGOs, because we have the refugees there, I think it's a man-made, and that is the truth. There's nothing we can do about it. The drought in northern Kenya and the Asal region is man-made, and we have to think about that.
Thank you. I think we're going to take 2 final questions, and then we'll come back a little bit later. So last 2 questions.
Sorry. My name is Michelle Wangare. I am a first-year law student, but here I'm serving as a national director for a foundation known as Young Lawyers Voice on Climate Change Foundation, which is purely based on environmental crises and climate justice. My question is simple. What piece of advice would you give to our organization in order to position ourselves better nationally and even to acquire funding better from the national government? Thank you.
Cool. All right. So final 2 questions. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Abraham, and I am a member at the American Center, the U.S. Embassy. And most of the time we have these conversations, and I'm proud to be here listening to the deliberations. But my question to the finance guy, what exactly is the threshold for financing youth-led innovations? And if they are, is it possible for you to fund the registration processes if they are actually, if it's part of the threshold? That's my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Duncan from Nairobi, but I work from slums. So my question is to finance guy. Under framework, like Paris Agreement and African Development Bank financing climate strategies, there's a strong commitment of inclusion into climate switch action. What binding mechanism will ensure that the defined percentage of the climate financing is directly allocated to youth-led solution rather than intermediaries? Thank you.
Sana. And I think as you come, yes.
Thank you. One last one. To Octopizo.
Yes.
Probably part of the team here don't know, but Octopizo is running a project in Siaya, as he has talked about, funded by GIZ. And I'm sure young people would want to know, how do they get to such spaces? If somebody hears of GIZ and they have projects in the communities, they're really not breaking even. They're not getting these projects. And being that you've done it before and it actually worked and it's something people are talking about, young people would want to know how to get to these spaces to be able to have projects that are funded. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think I will also add another question on that Octopizo as well. So here we are talking about the young people not being in the room. We're here talking about the young people just being there to tick the boxes. You are an ambassador in the European Union. You know, GIZ is here supporting your program, but you have many other youth out here who equally want to get into these spaces. So what would be your advice? Because many say, as the youth, tunataka power, but power is never given. Power, you fight for it, right? So now question is, what must these young people do, right? Because nothing is given. You have to fight for it. You have to go out and look for it. What must they do for them to end up into these spaces? Octopizo, you go first, and then the money guy. Here you go.
Yeah, thanks again. To answer, I'll start with you. What must young people do to be in these spaces? Sitaki kusema kizungu nyingi. Audacity. Audacity, bro. Like, walk to those offices, say who you are, you know, believe in yourself. Like, confidence always is like 80% you've won, like how you pitch. I've never been introduced to nobody. I walk to these offices, I package myself to be more than a rapper, because most of the time when you also walk to these offices, they just judge you as an entertainer. Like, he's just a rapper, you know.
Is this the point?
Yeah, so when you get the first 3 minutes, you like say everything in the first 3 minutes, and they realize that you actually know what you're talking about, then the things change, the way they deal with you change. So first is just have the audacity to walk to these offices. But mostly is like you can't do it alone. You know, these people work with a lot of structures. I think if there's anybody here who've worked with GIZ, GIZ is a German corporation. It's one of the hard people to even get fund from. It's tough than I think everybody have ever applied fund from. But they're efficient. They have to be this tough because it's their tax people money. And you saw the other day when Trump just cut USAID and many people lost their jobs. So for me, it's like have structures that are more sustainable, that we don't actually need to just be waiting for this fund from white people. But because actually for me is also, I feel like they're not really giving us funds, they are paying back. So when I get these funds, it's like payback, my nigga.
They should actually, they should.
So I got there with different mentality. I'm not not super corporate with them. Yeah. I'm just like, yeah, you know, some of these problems, you brought these problems. So if you give us money to solve them, you're not helping me. You're solving the problem you brought. Yeah. And getting money from the government is so hard. Like I've tried working with applying for funds from the government. So I've never got any funding from the government. They'll tell you like, we'll send a chief to help you mobilize. They funded you with a chief. You know, so that's just the truth. So I would say organize yourself. I started my organization as a CBO way back. I think 2014, it was just a CBO called Young Gifted and Black that was using sports and arts to bring young people together. Then as a CBO you're also limited. You can only apply to maybe a small organization in your community. So then again, took some time, went back to school, did social impact strategy, came back and now registered it as a foundation so that I can be able to apply for funds, probably straight. from the donors, because sometimes we get only funds from an implementing partner. So already the implementing partner has cut almost the fund in half. Whatever you're getting cannot actually do what you want to do. But to respond to the other questions, like just together, I would say for both the finance guy and people that are in these spaces, people need to put community-centered solution. I feel like over the years, I've said this in so many forums, that people think just because you studied this thing in school, now you can come to my community in Kibra and give us solutions. I don't think that happens. People actually do have their solutions. And if you find out what is their needs, if it is water, if it is security, like I've been invited before to speak on climate, and I declined because at that point it was not my need. I'm from a poverty, my SDG is number 1, poverty. So if I want to talk more, I would go on the poverty line than more on the climate change. And you always have to also stand your ground, because with these things, agenda is involved. I could give you 10 million, but my agenda has to agenda.
Yeah.
So you have to be so strong to be able to ukue maskini jeuri. So you don't mob like in chukui. No. So, and most of the time also this is what has made these things keep on, like you see places like Kibra like this, because we take money and we forget there's agenda behind the money. So you have to be really strong on your principle and values, or you could be bought. And people think people just are bought political. No, people are bought, even the NGOs are bought. They push some agendas that are not people-centered. So let everything be community-centered. Another thing I would say, like, take the climate finance to the ground, like meet the right people, go to the grassroots, do your due diligence to the community-based organization, fund them, start small, like, give them 50,000, see what they do with that. Then give them 100 to when they can get like the millions, if the impact reflects the investment. So that's that. Another thing I would say, bridge youth innovation to policy, which is the main key. Like, if I invented or I've innovated like a solution but is not put on policy, it can just be bought. We're saying in our world of music, we say the IP. Like, you can go pitch for something on a radio station, like, niko na idea ya show kali, ma-DJ watakuwa nafanya hivi. And then the producer of the show come and tell you, I had the same idea. You guy. You see? And that's how your idea is gone. And you will not make anything from it. So I think there's a lawyer who was asking, how do we come in? Now this is where law come in. Go to these communities, educate our people. All of us can be lawyers. There's a big youth community that doesn't live in Nairobi. I think people assume every young person is in Nairobi. Some of us don't even want to live in Nairobi. If it was my choice, I will not live in Nairobi. But we come here because industrial area in Nairobi. Yeah. There's no industrial area in Kakamega. There's no industrial area in Siaya. So there's so many young people that are left behind. And for me, this is how we always end up with the slums, is because everybody's trying to come in. Everybody's just trying, because they're saying you have to go to Nairobi to make it. But some of us have seen people who have made it that have never come to Nairobi. So go back to this grassroots, train people, tell them about their rights, their laws, the lawyers that are in the building. And to the money guy, give us the money. Trust us. There's this thing about they're scared of young people that you'll embezzle money. Like, even me, when I go to places, they ask you, like, hey, are you sure? What is the biggest funding you've ever got? So I'm like, my career is actually a business that I invest in. So why are you so scared of giving me this money? And I've been doing this for 16 years, investing and making some money, putting it back. And most, like we said, the future of tomorrow is not tomorrow. This is just some lame say that we can't deal with anymore. The future is now. We have to do this stuff now. You have to make these changes now. You have to stand up now and give us the money, my nigga.
My nigga, to give us the money.
know, I'm a little bit confused. I just shared my name, and now I'm the money guy. and Okto has just said that Kizungu mingi, we avoid it. Sijui, I don't know if I should speak in Swahili or. But I just wanted to point out a few things here, just to put everything into context.
Yep.
In climate action, we usually implement through three ways. We look at finance, we look at capacity building, and then technology transfer. Like we all understand that the impact of climate that we are all facing is not our making. We actually contribute small, even insignificant amounts of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. So we are not the ones who contributed to what we are experiencing right now. And as Okto has just said, when the development partners bring money into our country, it's not like we need to owe them. It's them paying back for what they did. And so now to cycle back to the questions, there were a number of questions on how projects and programs and initiatives at the local level can get financing. Unfortunately, the government has tried multiple approaches, and nothing seems to be working except for the flagship program, the FLOCA program. There is some positivity from the FLOCA program, and money is reaching the local people. And those issues identified at the local levels are the ones being financed. So it's no longer a top-down approach whereby someone develops an initiative or a program, and then you channel that money down to the local people. So now it's the local people who are getting those issues, and then they are escalated to the top level, and then financing flows to those. And I know you mentioned that the FLOCA program is alone. After doing scenario and technical analysis, the government realized that if we do not build the resilience of the local people, the future looks very bleak, especially with the floods and the droughts that are going to come about because of the changing climate. And then there was a question on how do we position ourselves as youth so that we are able to get to the ears of the policymakers, the big shots in government. I think forums like this are bringing things to the table, and now that I'm here, and unfortunately I don't sit in the budget department, so I'm not the money guy. There are money guys out there, but I deal with basically climate finance policy, and I look at how climate finance can reach the Kenyan population. We have a number of programs: the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, the Adaptation Fund, and the Climate Investment Funds. And what we are doing at the Treasury in the unit I sit at is basically trying to ensure that we have the requisite structures to ensure that if these funds are coming, and if the development partners or these guys who cost what we are experiencing right now have a bucket of money for all of us, how do we create the structures rather, so that we are able to access it? And then there was a question around the binding policy or strategy that money is set aside for the youth. If you look at the global financing architecture right now, it's not very friendly to the developing countries, nor is it friendly to the youth. And the reason that why is so is because these big multilateral development banks, bilateral development banks, the Office of Ambassadors, the Netherlands, German government, they require you to have some technical expertise on how to develop bankable proposals and to provide a framework on how you're going to report on how that money is being used. And unfortunately, our youth are not yet well versed in that. And if there are some who are well versed in that, I think there are very few, and a lot needs to be done around those areas. How do we develop frameworks that can give a rationale for these development partners to finance us. So there's a lot that needs to be done on capacity, on the financial architecture to ensure that the youth are included, on our budgeting to ensure that we have a catalytic fund for the youth so that they are able to access the commercial debts or commercial loans.
Thank you. The reason why I just focused on the two is because I know Octo wants to leave. He has other engagements elsewhere. So I'll just give you closing remarks, Octo, to tell us, for the youth out here, just speak to them directly, because this is one thing that my old man keeps telling me. I'm here for a very short time. As a young person, you have 60, 70 years on the face of the earth. You have to determine how you want to live here, the kind of future you want to live for your kids. He's done his bit. It is our time to either decide that the next 5, 10 years we will be at the dogs, or we will change the story. Speak to the youth out here in your closing remarks.
First, my apologies that I have to leave. I had another engagement. But what I would say is we are not outnumbered. We are out-organized. And that's the biggest thing that the older or whoever is running anything in any part of the world has realized. For young people, the only time mostly we come together when it's entertainment, it's sports, but when it comes to like critical thinking, most of the time we don't come together. So for me, the biggest call to all young people is that we need to organize ourselves better, because when you're speaking as an organization, that's why you always hear, like, if I go somewhere as Octopizzo, I don't get much. But if I go somewhere as Octopizzo Foundation, as an organization, they give me an ear. They give me that reasonable doubt to what are you offering? What is your organization doing? So I think we need to organize ourselves better moving forward to make any difference. That will be my number one call. My second call is that we need to take on these leadership roles, because the policies are made in the leadership spaces. So you can be a CEO of a non-profit, but the MP is still is a bigger decision maker than you. So I think for those of us who have that spark of leadership, don't be scared, take those leadership roles, get into those spaces that actually they make policies, like they legislate. So those two things is the biggest thing I could tell every young person today. Like, organize yourself, set yourself ready. Oh, and the last one, buy land. Yeah, buy land, Maze. Own land, they've sold for us lifestyle. Most of us in the urban areas, everything is lifestyle. You have a nice car, you have a nice house, you have a nice girl, you think you've made it, and then you hit 50, and you don't have land, or you have not made it. So buy land.
All right.
A-Town, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Octopi IZZOO, Asante Sana. So we just take a photo here as he walks out, and then we continue with the conversation with the rest of the panelists real quick.
What's popping? Ndakujoka uko fini kupeleke shopping. Nikudungisha hadi mademo anze kukopi. Nasikia wewe ni msupa di Jesus anakuaga mekunoki. Halap, that's my Holy Spirit talking. Turn up, kuja ni love me ni doki. Kukupenda sichoki, kwa row ni toki. Achana Churchill, zake ni joking. Team Terga, zangu ni jogging. Achana Benz baby, ingia kwa vote.
A round of applause as he walks out, as he makes his way. Asante Sana.
Natumia microphone, young gifted and Blackberry kama Vodafone, and you blow my eardrums like an earphone. Yeah, I'm feeling something.
Wanna do something for you.
Yeah, so we continue. Now, karibia msikae mbali sana. Atukuli watu. Collins, we've talked about matters to do with carbon credits and all that, right? But stories on carbon credits in the eyes of young people, right? And here is where innovation comes in. I'm going to give you a story. I was in Garissa the other day, and I found amazing group of individuals, young people who've come together to harvest water. You know, Garissa has Tana River going through it, and that is one river that never dries up. Water goes low, but it never dries up. And these individuals have come together and said, you know what, we're actually going to use these to grow trees. We're going to use these to grow foodstuffs. So what they've done is they've made it easier for people in Garissa to access food. They're equally growing grass for, is it sunny days? For sunny days, yeah? For drought, yeah, sunny days, for sunny days when it comes. But they're asking the question, even with this grass that we are growing, we are not cutting it. We're not cutting it. We are growing it commercially. We harvest it, we store it, but we still grow. Why are we not getting this money for carbon credits? Because they're saying these are our own struggle. Why are we not getting it? Is it because they're not knocking on the right doors? Is it because they're not being seen, recognized, or is it government bureaucracy that is making it difficult for them to get this money?
How much do you have?
Yeah?
No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much, Deno, for that sort of scenario. I think one of the things that sort of Deno identifies me with is carbon markets. Can I just be able to mention in this case that carbon markets is just a subset of climate finance?
Yes.
So that at least we are clear that I'm not a carbon market propagator, but I work climate finance, so it comes naturally. And it's good to share a platform with Walter. Walter, at least we've interacted for some time. First things first, I think this takes me to the broader climate finance. Let's look at the architecture of climate finance, because if you look at the architecture of climate finance, then it gives you that in route of getting to know where are the gaps, how can we fill the gaps, and basically what is the role of the youth in filling that particular gap. The way climate finance is structured, number one, in terms of governance, is that until very recently, when the ministry started piloting what we are calling financing local-led climate action, there was no youth representation within any structure of any multilateral or bilateral or local climate finance, be it a mechanism or an instrument. And I know we have been discouraged from using very interesting words, but let me distinguish between what a mechanism is and what an instrument is. A mechanism is more of the delivery. Yep. An instrument is actually the package being delivered. What do I mean? A mechanism, a financial mechanism, is what Walter was talking about. The Green Climate Fund is just a mechanism. But when it's delivered to you, it's delivered to you an instrument. Maybe it's done through a loaning agency, it's done through whatever means that it's being delivered. What I used to run initially, which was called the Next Level Grant Facility, for instance, is an instrument. So the governance structure of any given climate finance or climate finance instrument or mechanism was devoid of the youth. So apparently I come from Siaya. Apparently.
You and Dr. are neighbors?
Don't go there.
Okay.
But apparently I come from Siaya. So when you come from Siaya, you get to also share in the burden that they share in, right? So you get to look at what are some of the instruments or mechanisms working within this particular space, and which are the people that are involved in that particular governance structure. Unfortunately, if you look at all the instruments that are being operated in Siaya County before FLOCA, and I have to mention that, there was no youth representation. You can't purport to be able to represent the old people at 32. Are we together? That yes, I border Gen Z and I border the silent generation, but I have no clue of what Gen Zs want. Neither do I have the clue of what my grandmother back in the village want, but I have a clue of what Bob Aston might want. You get what I mean? Secondly, I think if you look at the way or the design of these particular finance instruments and finance mechanisms, then you do realize that unfortunately, and I want to separate CIF in this case, the climate investment funds,
there was no much innovation that was put within the mandate of the funds. So you say that the youth are the catalyst, or what did they call it in chemistry? That thing that they used to put to facilitate reaction. What was it called? It was a catalyst.
Yeah.
My chemistry teacher must be very proud. So unfortunately, the youth was not within that particular space. And you can pick on Elijah and ask him about the Indigenous Peoples Fund, whichever fund that is available. There was nothing like innovation, which is the role of the youth, to be able to enhance that delivery to them.
Yeah.
So if you ask me, the funds were not fit for purpose in terms of the youth. So that's number 2. Number 3, and I'm just going to wind down with this, is that, you know, there is the risk appetite. The risk appetite, in this case, is, I think, what was asked by someone in that particular case. What is the ability of GCF, for instance, to come to Garissa County to invest in that youth group? Will they get value for money? Yes. Will they actually get impact and results? Yes. But are they willing to risk $50 million in the hands of the youth? Trust me not. Reason being, and I think this could be, and apologies, Walter, I have to say this, could be partly our own downfall in terms of the young people, partly government, but also partly the civil society organizations. This is what I mean. The government probably have not done enough to be able to provide what I would call a safety net, like an umbrella, kidogo tu, for the young people to say, okay, you know, even all of us write CVs and we write referees. Yeah? The government has not been a referee for the youth and say, well, if anything happens, please come to us. And this takes me to a position that I don't want to go to, which I call something about, let me call it, I want to find a better name. If it doesn't come, I'll just use.
Just say it.
Yeah, what I would call de-risking investment to the youth. You know, it comes with some bit of risks. But if the government provide a de-risking facility for the private sector, or whichever financial instrument or mechanism to be able to invest in the youth, then the private sector, then the source of the fund would easily just invest on the youth. So if that is not provided, unfortunately, even you, if you have a daughter or a son who goes to school and sort of just comes back with limited marks, don't look at the number, look at the marks. If he comes back with marks that you know can take him nowhere, I think once in a while you might go to school and have a conversation with the teacher. Unfortunately, the government is seeing that happening. The youth are getting limited amounts, but they're just restrained. So they're not walking the youth through by being like quote-unquote referee for that particular aspect. The same applies to the civil society organizations, especially those that work with the youth. So I think it's upon us to walk with the youth step by step, and ensure that finance is delivered to them. Thanks.
Kevin, you know, we find ourselves as the young people, wengi wanasema sisi tuko tu. We are good for maandamano. We are good kusema tuko kadi, but hatujui tunaenda wapi na kadi. That's what is being said out here, you know. And Octo has said that there is need for us to organize, tujipange. We need to be audacious. We need to knock on these doors and introduce ourselves as if we own these rooms, you know? And one would say, if you look at the youth today, they are ingenious in terms of coming up with solutions to their own problems, because many say there is no way you can offer private solutions to public problems. Case in point, we look at climate change discourse that is happening today, and we want to look west, you know? Yet, many say, even in conversations on carbon credits, is we are giving license to polluters to continue polluting. Ours is to do the dirty job of growing these trees, giving out our trees, giving out our land for 50 plus years, yet they continue polluting. So in terms of finding our own solutions without depending on, not depending really, without focusing 100% on what the West has to offer, are we organizing ourselves, planning ourselves with our innovations to register and find these solutions, fighting government bureaucracy or fighting international powers that want to maintain the status quo? Would you say that the youth are positioning themselves as solution bearers?
We are trying, but it is very difficult.
Why is it difficult? Tell us.
The reason why it's difficult is because the youth are already in a corner, and sometimes we have to juggle several things at the same time. What I mean by this is it is difficult to access opportunities, but on this side, you still have to create opportunities for yourself and others. You need to come up with ideas to create jobs, but at the same time, you do not have a job. So there is that barrier that makes it difficult for you to access capital. But again, you are told to find capital, like you are trying to solve something that has not worked for you. So that sometimes makes it very disastrous, let me use that term, and you find youth all over. I'll give an example with what we have been able to do is, and that's why you find there's a lot of violence when youth are involved, because they cannot speak with the same voice because they have different realities. If you go to places like Mathare and Kibera, these are young people, many of whom who did not get a chance to go to school, and there are those who have been to school, but again, that school does not yield anything. So these youth are different. So if you put them in the same room, they'll be speaking a different language. So it's very difficult for them to come together. Yeah. But we are doing everything we can, because the youth eventually have to come together so that we can have some meaningful solutions to solve some of the problems we are facing.
Yeah. Lynn, Karibu. Lynn, I want to look at Green Faith, yeah? I had an opportunity to be with, I can't remember his name, but he was, I think it's your, sorry? Brian? Not Brian, it's some white guy, some pastor from, I think from the States, right? Fletcher, yes. I was in Fletcher in Brazil, Belém. And at the time, I remember when he was there, he was talking in terms of, we need to start speaking matters climate in terms of justice to the world. Not only justice for the global south, not just justice for the world, you know? And it has been said for a very long time that the people who would be able to implement the justice mechanisms that you're talking about is not that generation, is not our fathers, it is us who will carry that baton and move forward with it. But the problem has been that the youth has been seen as being impatient, you know? The youth want microwave success. And I say, there is no problem with that. There is no problem with that. That's just who we are. Things cannot operate as they did in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 1900s. This is the reality that we have today, because if in 2027 we will experience the worst drought as we go towards the election, guess what? The political class will be top of their Range Rovers playing politics. Matters to do with climate change, drought, or floods that would follow will be given the backseat. One asks the question then, as the young people who is a media station, everybody here has their phone, is a media station in their own right because they have their Facebooks, their TikToks, their Instagram, and being able to change the agenda using these platforms that we have through storytelling. What must we do to organize in that space? Why do I bring that up? Finance Bill 2024 was mobilized in that space. By the time guys were going on the streets, it's because it was mobilized in that space. The Finance Bill 2024 was discussed, it was interpreted on those platforms. Therefore, when it comes to climate change, the youth policy, it can happen on those spaces, not just in Kenya, but across the world. What must we do for us to look at our phones as storytelling as part of the solutions to what we see?
Thank you so much for that question. As mentioned, my name is Lynn, and apologies for joining a bit late. I think I want to start with the very example you've given with the finance bill. The urgency of the matter to the action. And that is what we need to look at in terms of climate. We've often looked at climate as a general day-to-day action and we even have climate deniers because of this. We've not looked at it from the urgency because we're still playing politics with it. We're playing diplomacy with it. We're playing negotiation with it. Then being able to actually understand the lived realities will influence how we actually tell the story and the urgency with which we use our phones, our networks, our platforms to be able to make that influence. We have really taken ourselves apart from the lived realities of climate change. The reason why the finance bill took that much urgency and that much action was because we could feel the pinch. The rent was increasing, gas is increasing with the fuel prices right now, food was expensive, the taxes, you could see your paycheck decreasing. We are not doing the same for climate change. We're not fully understanding the magnitude of floods until 5 years from now, when half of the money is going into disaster risk reduction, when it could go into economic development. That is when we feel the pinch. But we're also not looking at it in how it influences each other, that the drought can actually affect how my paycheck might look like. We're not looking at it from those perspectives. We're just looking at it as there's drought, there's floods. We're not looking at drought as we don't have food on our table, or tomatoes are now more expensive than before because farmers have to do a bit more and invest a bit more to be able to put food on our table. So we really need to be able, as young people, to fill that gap. The gap between the lived realities of climate change and how it affects the daily social issues that we're actually looking at. Because when every human can be able to understand that, then we're able to actually push for urgency. We're able to translate some of these key policies that we're talking about as young people. Currently, they're doing the blue economy, and they're looking for recommendations with the government. Have we looked at it as a source of livelihood for ourselves? Because again, one of our biggest issues is unemployment as young people. Have we looked at the blue economy as a source of employment for ourselves? Have we looked at the blue economy policy that's being developed as a source of also, the flip side could also be the place where we lose our governance systems to it? Because what if the investments done are not for us, but for the private sector or any other person, interested stakeholders? So we need to first fill that gap. We need to understand the correlation between climate change impacts and our daily social issues. The food on our table, basic human rights, shelter, etc. Then we're able to tell the story in the way where it hits most. Could be the rent, could be the paycheck. That is when we're able to make the stories and make the correlation for people to be able to create that urgency. But most importantly, also getting into the decision-making tables. I know we keep saying we coordinate ourselves online, and that happened with the finance bill. After that, what happened? Most of us were called in to be able to join different political parties, which is fair, but then are they actually influencing decisions? Are we supporting them to make decisions? I've seen this with conversations we've had with women on decision-making power, where we elect women reps and then we dump them. How many women reps are there? How many men are there at the same time? How much can you influence the number of men as a woman in that platform if you do not have the support of fellow women behind you? How many young people can be able to influence change for other young people when majority of the parliamentarians are older generations? They can't push for much. We have to still keep supporting even as they join the decision-making table and be able to actually push for youth incentives to be able to be brought upon. And climate change has a good opportunity. He's talked about finance as a very good platform. How can we be able to look at finance being able to climate change issues and action, being able to actually support other social benefits as well. Because then we're able to tell that story from that perspective and push for it online.
I agree. So I want to bring it back to the audience right now. And I want us to not only just talk about, ask questions, but as well come up with solutions, because it is not just a conversation for the elite. Let's break it down to what we must do within our spaces as well to bring it up. I know I have around 8 minutes. So I just want us to be a conversation about us all, and because if you go to countries like Denmark, climate change is part and parcel of their political discourse. You can't come to talk to the people and not tell them how the environment will be cleaner, how them cycling to work will be safer for them, how e-mobility is part and parcel of the conversation. What's the solution that you're giving to everybody, even as you shoot your question? I think I'll just take around 5 questions, yes.
All right, my question goes to, sorry, I forgot your name, Sabat, the guy from the government.
Walter, yes.
Yes, Walter, is it? Yes, thank you. So my question would be, as part of the planning that you always do in terms of the county plannings or even around the country, I believe that with the erratic weather patterns that we are facing as East Africans, we need to have mechanisms of what then we expect in the coming months or seasons. And so I feel like mechanisms around water preservation should be a priority that we think through and we have. So what have you put in place as the government to enable us have water preservation mechanisms? Because we don't, can I just finish,
yes,
please?
Yes, please.
When we experience floods, there's a lot of water going to waste. And we know that there are moments when we will experience famine. So what strategies do we have around saving water for our seasons that we will need water? My final...
Let's allow others to ask questions as well, please, because we're running short of time.
Can I just give my final input?
We're running short of time. Let others please just ask. Yes. Yes. Short and sweet, sir.
My name is Hilary. So my question goes to the government person. And we are talking about the issue of climate change from a youth perspective. And from my lenses, I think we're in this situation because we are inheriting a mediocre circumstance. We're in a situation where there are really not much efforts that have been put as far as climate change and so on and so forth are concerned. Now, my question to the government person is, what are you doing as a government as of now to ensure that, number one, there is a proper communication, proper messaging, to the extent that the normal Raia in town who smokes cigarettes and drops it in the streets, the normal Raia who dirtifies town, is able to keep a clean environment. We're talking about Singapore, but that's the blueprint they followed to ensure that they have a clean environment as of now. It's also a question of morality. How are you ensuring that our people, the populace, is motivated to ensure we have a progressive climate in our country?
Yes, short and sweet, sir. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is just a recommendation to everyone.
Yes.
What needs to happen is a paradigm shift in our minds, because remember, we have the biggest problem we suffer in this country is lack of patriotism, where we love self more than country. We have to love country more than self, because the problem is each and every one of you might, or rather has an opportunity to get in leadership should you pursue that journey or that direction. The problem is when you get to there, the money confuses you, and all of a sudden it's self more than country. Yeah. So putting country more than self does not begin at the point where you get into power. It begins right now. And it's the small things you do. Is your room clean? Is your bed made? are your teeth brushed? You know, are you clean? Before you complain about piped water to Turkana, let's talk about your personal space. Because there's no miracle happens when you become a politician that all of a sudden you're responsible. If you're irresponsible in the small things, it only becomes in times 1,000 when you get to a leadership position. So don't think that you go 3 days without showering, then all of a sudden you care about the cleanliness of Marikiti Market.
Yeah.
We are the same people, just at different scales.
Common sense has to be common, eh? Yeah. I think the final question, yes, at the back.
My question is that
Who are you, sir?
In terms of
Your name?
Sorry, my name is Muhammad. I am from State Department of Economic Planning. In terms of resource accessing of resource to the youth, I think there is something not clear. Tumesema kizungu mingi haitoshi. So I want you to tell the youth something straight, that you go this way, nenda kwa huyu jamaa, straight like that, very straight. Because yeah. Because most of these people, like, you know, in Kenya, we're good when you are given bill, pay your bill, go to M-Pesa, like that, straight. Paka alipe, sio? Tunataka kitu wazi hivyo.
We start with you, Walter. Twende wapi tupate pesa? Acha tuanzie hiyo. Tugonge mlango gani? Kuna pay bill?
Those are very good questions, and I congratulate all of you for raising such questions. I wish I had other representatives from NEMA on environment protection and conservation with me, and people from the Water Sector Trust Fund and Irrigation and the Ministry of Water. But I'll try as much as possible to do my best. So with regards to accessing climate finance, I think Collins has spoken to some of the mechanisms we have. We have the Global Environment Facility. I think that is, you can actually Google it and see there is a process and procedure that you can follow to access money through that fund. There is a Green Climate Fund. The National Treasury plays a critical role in accessing those funds because it is the national designated authority for the Green Climate Fund in Kenya. So if you are under an organization and you want to access money, and of course, it can come packaged as a youth initiative, and you develop it, you will speak to the National Treasury. I sit in that office. The proposal will come to me. We'll review it with my colleagues, and then we'll advise the PS to sign a no objection letter for you to proceed to access that fund from the Green Climate Fund. So that's number two. The FLOCA program, for you to access funds under the FLOCA program, you have to work with the counties. You have to go back to your sub-county, to the ward level, and support the community at that particular level to identify and prioritize the climate issues that you have so that they can be escalated for financing through of course, the national government, PIU.
Yeah.
There was a question on environmental protection, like cigarettes.
Yeah.
I think there's a youth climate action cafe. I don't know if we are all aware of that. It's a youth climate action cafe. It borrows a lot from the National Climate Change Action Plan. It provides for how the youth can plug into playing a role in protecting our environment. And as Marlon has said, most people don't love their country. And out there, when you visit South Africa, you visit all these other countries in Africa, they wish they were Kenyans because of how vibrant our youth are in terms of fighting for what they deem as their rights. And I'm actually proud to be Kenyan, and I'm also a youth because I'm not very old. I'm not a money man. I also used actually to freestyle with calligraph.
Oh.
Yeah, and so I have a lived experience of being a youth, and I relate with what they're going through.
All right. So Ezekiel and the rest, please take a minute and a half each as we proceed. Yeah.
Okay, when you listen to Walter is actually very bright, right? We will all agree, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the people who are in charge of Walter, let me use that term, who wear the cape of politicians, when you listen to them talk, you wonder where they come from. And I'm saying that because I stopped hammering. I used to hammer career civil servants because I thought they were the ones not making things move. Then I realized that if you go to the Ministry of Environment, for example, there are very brilliant planners who actually have very nice recommendations, but the politicians just destroy everything. To my fellow youth, I think we need to claim our space. There is no point that we are the majority, but we have to be included. Why is the minority including the majority? Like, it is us who have not claimed our space. I feel like the majority already exists, and therefore the minority, and I'm not saying this to mean that those who are older have a problem or anything. I'm just saying that younger people need to take up their space. Claim your space, and let's do what we can.
All right.
Yeah, and the final thing, the young people, like most of us here, we are actually very few of us trying to do things. We need to call on to others to come out, because even right now, the county has a strategic paper, and they have reduced funding in the environment, disaster, including auditing. And young people are just quiet. I was just at City Hall, and there are very few young people who feel concerned about some of these things. So let's go out there and do what we have to do. Asante.
Collins, short and sweet.
I'm going to try to make it below 1 minute, 30 seconds. The reality is that the work downstream is done by young people. Check any sector. The work downstream in terms of climate resilience is done by young people. Unfortunately, the amount of money appropriated to the young people is very limited. Now, this comes at the backdrop of so many things. Number one, all the counties, with the exception of 2 counties, Walter can guide, have young people within the governance structures of financing local-led climate action. They have pipeline projects, including projects that are being implemented that, in all the counties. Walter will tell you, unfortunately, and you can check by the statistics here. I can just ask how many of us are in the World Climate Change Planning Committees. We'll have quite a number.
Yep.
But how many projects are actually youth-led? Is it the young person fighting the young person? Do we have anything to voice to help the young person? Is it capacity? What is it? So that's number one.
Okay.
Number two, I was saying I was going to finish within 1 minute, 30 seconds. Number two, I think we need to come alive to certain facts. Fact number one, climate finance is not the climate finance we thought recently. It's changed. We have moved into a space of blended finance, innovative finance, and so many more. So please, let's not approach climate finance from a linear perspective.
All right.
This is just a simple advice. Let's just
Security.
not approach climate finance from a linear perspective. Thanks.
Yes. Modesha, in a minute, nimesimamia hapa na security.
I'll try. Two things. One, please read your policies. There's opportunities in your policies. The National Climate Change Action Plan has a specific priority area for children and youth. It has action plans, it has budgets as well. Please utilize it, because if you align with certain aspects of the policies and implementation, it's easier to access funds through that. Second, please build on entrepreneurship to solve social problems. It's one way of accessing innovation, but another way of also accessing funds. And also you have an already benefiting market as well. So please, let's really be able to look at innovation from solving social benefit issues and be able to actually work for our community rather than just looking funds for an external view.
Yeah. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for being here, for according us an opportunity to have this discussion. To my panelists, asanteni sana. And I think my takeaway message to everybody is, it is us. It is in our ball game. Love country first rather than self. But most importantly, let the agenda and let the agenda come from us. Asanteni sana. That was our time. Enjoy yourselves in your lunch.
Round of applause as they take a group photo. Round of applause as they take a group photo. You can still clap. You can still clap if you came.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Yes, man. Yes, man.
Thank you very much.
Yes, man.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone here is joining us for lunch. So if you still have questions, please see them. Our meal cards are taken from that door. So as I'm speaking, please may we be up. Enjoy your lunch. Come back in 30 minutes.
Mama sita Joni chupa shinda zari. Yes, mi niko na flow kali kali. Yes, mi upiga show mbalimbali. Yes, mi niko na dona magari. Yes, wewe una hate na una soko mshwari. Dapiga kolabo na fali. Then goma na dola kabari. Arrow boy kan kaka jua kali. Yes, play K ijo na sita fadhali. Yes, nyajo watu wangu wa senali. Yes, season yetu msiwari. Yes, mi nshapa shabari. Yes, ule kijana hodari. Yes, lazima tuishi kifahari. Doni na links na Omari. Beast pia napiga na pasari. Veve na shikisha na maari.
Who is better placed than one David Ngure to take us through a panel discussion? Round of applause as David is coming.
Huyu kijana nafanya vipusa wa tauni, wavue mashati mapanti ni kama wauni, wenda wazimu na saa skiza hii.
Good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon everyone. Youth tunataka? Yeah, so welcome back for the last session. My name is David Ngure and I'm the founder of Sustainable Jamii, as well as a member of the European Union Youth Sounding Board. So we'll just dive right into my panelists. The first panelist is Abigail Kima, who's the founder of Hali Hewa Podcast and Advocacy Officer Blue Ventures. Round of applause for her. Second one is Corazon Kisilu, who's a communications specialist. Round of applause. And last but not least, Angel Chalo, from the Green Halo Initiative. Round of applause. Thank you. Yeah, so on this panel discussion, we'll be talking about climate advocacy and youth mobilization, all right? So at this point in time, I'll give each and every panelist 1 minute to introduce themselves and tell us more about what they do, all right? So we'll start from Abigail. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As the moderator has mentioned, my name is Abigail Kima. I host and produce a climate and energy podcast called Hali Hewa Podcast since 2022, which is my means for advocacy and awareness creation and shaping African narratives on issues of climate policy and energy policy. And I also work full-time for an organization called Blue Ventures Conservation, and we deal with blue economy, working with small-scale fishers. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. The second one, Corazon, kindly.
Hi, everyone. Feel free to call me Cory, because a lot of people tend to baptize me. They ask me whether Corazon is a type of a medicine or if it's actually my real name. But anyway, but I still love it. So my name is Cory Mwende. I am a climate communication specialist. So my day-to-day life is doing climate diplomacy, climate policy. Biggest focus is being the intermediary between media, governments, NGOs, INGOs. And so on a daily basis, I think I just tell stories of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Angel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Angel Chalo. I run a digital sensitization organization. It's called the Green Halo Initiative. We are based in rural Kilifi County, Shakahola, Magarini sub-county. And what I do is I tell stories or I document stories on the livelihoods and circumstances of the rural community members as part of the marginalized communities, to tell these stories, but also to just keep a digital library, so that once we transition to sustainable lifestyles, I'm able to prove by showing these documents and showing the transition. So it also works as a monitoring and evaluation tool. I have then become a community liaison, because I then bridge the community members to different CSO organizations, and by that I then work as a community liaison. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. I'll begin with you, Angel. You've talked about community liaison, whereby we talk of collaboration, right? So according to you, how can storytelling organizations, youth movement actors, and institutional partners sustain collaboration?
Amazing, thank you. So to give a bit of context, I got into this space as a journalism and mass communication student, and I was actually on a break from school because I was transitioning from journalism to School of Public Relations. And so I came to a forum like this as a very green person, not knowing a lot about sustainable development goals. But as the presentations were happening, like we had earlier with the panels on climate finance, I got very fascinated being a journalism student, yet not knowing some of the things that were being mentioned. I remember something that stood out for me was the fact that Germany was looking for 64 billion to combat climate change. And I was like, I'm a journalist, I didn't know that. So how many more people out in the public don't know these things? Then the civil society experts were talking a lot about communication is so important in bridging this gap, and therefore bringing more people towards action, because you can't act on something you don't know. See, that's right. Is it right? Unless you know what an issue is, to then be able to think about what the solution is and have other people know what the solution is, then you're going to be able to act. So to answer your question, storytellers are very important, because we are the ones who are paying attention by listening, observing, and documenting the real issues in the ground. And then we come on board to collaborate with different CSOs and tell them the real issues, so that we don't have people in Nairobi talking about Kilifi's climate conditions from an aspect of hearsay, but we have real people who've seen them over time, and they say, youth people are saying that the grassroots communities don't know about climate change, but in real sense, it's that other social factors, including poverty, hunger, lack of something as simple as sanitary towels, is what is derailing them from taking action. So if I come and say they don't have schools, they have mud structured schools, and I'm seeing a tree right in front of me, I'll chop it down, I'll make charcoal, I'll sell that, and then I'll proceed. So your environmental work becomes less of a priority as compared to our basic needs. That means if you're to approach climate action for the people in Magarini, you have to look at it from an angle of solving social economic problems, and then finding a way of how, while you're doing that, you're working towards environmental and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. You've talked, thank you, Angel. So for Abigail, we've had we need to have measurable impacts, or rather, what models do you think of youth-led climate storytelling are showing measurable results?
Great. Thank you for that question. And obviously, I can only speak from a place of experience with the podcast, which I have initially talked about. I'd say us young people, because I think a bigger majority of the people in the room are young people,
We are very lucky to be born at a time where we have the ability to be as creative as possible, and we have a lot of platforms that allows us to express ourselves. I think everyone has the potential to be a storyteller. I think storytelling has been with us for time immemorial. And right now, I would say with regards to the models that have at least worked for me, my short story is the reason why I started a podcast was after participating in my first ever conference of parties. You've probably heard quite a bit about COPs, was COP26 in Glasgow. And it was a very weird space for me because a lot of the things were very complex. Yes, you learn some of these things in class, but conceptualizing it becomes a bit of a problem. And as you might have already gathered from the panels before, these issues are quite complex, and sometimes it's very difficult for us to simplify because the way the negotiations happen is that, you know, they're just complex by design and there's nothing we can do about it. And so being in that space, I felt very disconnected, a young person from Kenya, possibly experienced the impacts of climate change, but then being in a space that does not allow for real life experiences to be shared amongst ourselves. And even in those negotiating rooms, nobody is talking about issues of climate from a lived experience perspective. And so coming back, I thought it would be important to create a platform that would allow a space for sharing lived experiences, also showcasing the good things that are happening on the ground in terms of innovation by young people or just Africa in general. And for me, a model that worked at that point was the power of social media. The podcast, I know a lot of us Kenyans love visuals, so you can use YouTube, you can use Spotify, you can use Apple Podcasts, and all these spaces are actually free. You don't need to pay for any of that. And it's not, I'm not only speaking about the platforms that exist, but also in terms of models. As a young person, there's the aspect of creativity, but you also cannot do all these things without having a deeper understanding of how the system works. The reality is nobody is ever going to simplify these things for you. You have to have the interest. You have to identify what is relatable to you. As maybe for the past couple of days, we've talked about how climate are negotiated, or rather the issues of climate are negotiated. You have to figure out what is relatable to you. Are you interested in adaptation? Are you interested in issues of loss and damage? Are you interested in climate innovation? Are you interested in issues of air pollution and all these things? So you have to really think about what interests you, and then from there, try and find the documentation that exists, understand the systems that are present. All these things are negotiated under the UNFCCC, the United Framework Convention on Climate Change. And from there now you can walk back. Another thing that worked for me is finding spaces of people who do similar work. And that is how my path with Cory, for example, came to life, because she's doing climate diplomacy and communications, and I was new in the space and wanting to see how I can better express myself, how I can learn how to simplify climate communications in a way that is relatable to the common mwananchi. A lot of us come from families that practice agriculture as a main source of livelihood. How do you simplify that language to your mom at home, your dad at home, your uncle who possibly lost his entire crops because of floods, you know? So really, in summary, you have to learn these things. Nobody's going to simplify for you. Find people who do similar work and grow together, and then use the power of social media to express yourself. We can all be storytellers.
Thank you. We can all be storytellers, but there are things that she's mentioned before, that you have to position yourself very well. You have to come out strongly, and no one is going to do it for you. You have to do a lot of research. You have to have network to hold your hand. And it's very good that Cory held your hand, Abigail. And it will be good for Cory to tell us, how do you curate these messages so that it can fit towards the economic, social, cultural facets of Kenya?
Thank you. A very do one. That's probably me. Um, I think Abigail does a very good job in sort of like unpacking all this. I mean, earlier we were talking about the jargons, and you know, all these jargons are within the climate space. And the biggest one is adaptation, right? Keep hearing the word adaptation, resilience, local solutions. And I think how we bring this home and the kind of key messages we need to have, first of all, we need to ask ourselves, are we involving the people who are being affected by climate change into the solution? Because most of us sit in boardrooms and then make up all these decisions. She's talked about the Conference of Parties, COP, where a lot of all these people, including myself, we go for all these events, you listen to all those negotiations. Where is the farmer in that conversation? Where is that indigenous community in that conversation? I think the first thing before you try and think about the key messages, you first need to involve the people who are affected. So I believe that's the first thing, and that's one of the things that we purpose to do. The second thing is, what are the local solutions? And do those local solutions actually even involve local languages? I think the most recent thing that we've all seen is the seed bill. How many people here know about the seed bill? Seed, as in, seed kwa Kiswahili ni? Mbegu. In case you guys have not heard about the seed bill, the way farmers were fighting for the fact that they should use their own indigenous seeds or share indigenous seeds. Okay, you can Google about that. I think the case was won, but then it has gone back to the drawing board, but it's still staying as winning. But how then do you involve farmers, or rather the communities that are affected? I'm giving the example of the seed bill because long before we even started talking about issues of climate change, our communities from the 1900s, they knew how to predict the weather. They knew what they needed to do if there was going to be a drought or anything close to it. They figured that out before we came with our boardroom language, but we did come with technologies and solutions. So then I think to go back to answer your question is, when you're talking about the issue of the seed bill and you're talking about indigenous communities, you're actually showcasing that the solutions can actually come from the communities. So before you start telling the story, I think work with the communities to tell the story. I hope I've made some sense. Okay.
Thank you, Corey. I'll go back to Abigail. We've talked of people going to the COPs and where's that farmer, right? We talk about all these bills being passed, but is there really sensitization to these bills before they're passed, right? So maybe, Abigail, what narratives can we design and use to reach many?
I really thought deeply about this question, just because I don't think there's one specific narrative that we can curate, because we are in this room, but all of us come from very different contexts. I, for example, come from Elgeyo Marakwet. Someone else comes from Makueni. Even our own climatic conditions are different. So I think it boils down to, for you to curate a narrative, you have to think about, first of all, where you're coming from in terms of your own context. Secondly, you have to think about preserving, not really culture, but as Corey has said, you have to get stories from the people that matter the most, and in that case, the community members. I'll give an example of something that was probably talked about earlier with the FLOCA fund. We talked about the financing locally led climate action funding, which was going specifically to counties. As you might have noticed, they had to do the participatory climate risk assessment, and it had to be very specific to your county. And then out of that is when now you do a proposal based on your own needs. So for a narrative to make sense, you have to identify your needs. And we are all so dynamic. I don't think we can ever have one solution that fits all of us. And then when you're thinking about curating a narrative, then you have to think about relatability in how you communicate. If I am going to talk about climate from a perspective of science, I talk about, was it libido effect for those who did environmental science? If I talk about libido effect to a farmer, they will not understand. But I can tell them, oh, have you noticed that the weather patterns have changed? Like maybe you used to till your land in February, but nowadays you can't do that. So you have to think about relatability in the narrative that you're framing. Now, the other thing is who are you going to speak to? Who is this message redirected to? Who is your target audience? And narratives are shaped with purpose. You can't just wake up one day and say, I want to push a certain message without a plan of where it's supposed to go. How you speak to a farmer is very different from how you speak to a policymaker. How you speak to a young person is probably very different from how you'd speak to your grandmother. So who is your target audience? And then beyond that, how will you measure the impact of the narrative that you're trying to push? So it could be that my aim is for behavior change, and I am doing sensitization on what responsible consumption and production, for example. Then how I measure, I have to have a very clear picture of what success will look like for me for a message that I'm trying to push for. And then that now goes beyond, after you figured out who your target audience is, your context, relatability, the language. What language are you using? Is it something that can be accessible to most people? And then what platforms are you using? There's barriers. There's maybe people who cannot access social media. So are you possibly thinking about maybe using, mainstream media that is still alive? There's radio. There's people who still religiously listen to radios. So you really have to think about it from a very wholesome perspective. And long story short, I don't think there's a really specific narrative when it comes to climate issues that we can curate, but you really have to think about context, because from context then you can tailor make solutions that suits the needs of the people you're trying to reach. Yeah.
Thank you, Abigail. Angel. Right? We've talked about target audience. What do you think? What are avenues that can effectively bring about policy reforms, talk about climate solutions across the society?
Thank you very much. So we have gatherings, and I think I say gatherings especially because I come from a really grassroots community. Like I said, to give context, Shakahola. And in our community, honestly, it's just about 2 people who have televisions in their houses. And out of about 50 people, 3-5 have smartphones. So mainstream media, social media platforms are not really the spaces for us. So for us, if there's a chief's baraza, whether it's about something about the borehole, something about someone's flocks of goats were vandalized, something about someone's farm, there's usually a lot of community forums. And so those forums become the perfect spaces for communities like mine. Because like I said, televisions, social media, those are not the best options for us. Now, the other interesting thing, like Abigail said, you need to look at context and your audience. So if I was targeting young people, I know that we are getting to a space where most of them are now acquiring the Mkopo phones, right? And so for those ones, we are getting to a space where most of them are now coming to a space where they are getting into social media and it's becoming a platform. The other space, like I said, in terms of barazas, it's the normal civic education spaces, the way we have public participation, but unfortunately, one has to, you see, the gap is that I'm a storyteller, but I found myself now becoming a civic educator, because it's not enough to just tell the stories, they also need the context. So I find that I'm also the one that's going to hire a boda with a microphone to go around telling the community members, hey, we are having our budget cycle, and so we're on the first stage, and there's public participation. And so that's one way of our own community advocating for the projects they want in the budget cycle. And so these projects are going to be budgeted for either in the county development plan, and so they will be implemented. And so, I mean, to answer your question, there's the barazas, and mostly for me, now because I have the benefit of being initially from Nairobi and now 3 years in Kilifi, I have that knowledge. But I'm gonna be honest, it takes double the effort because I have to really be on toes and do the job of a storyteller, a community liaison, a CSO, and then now bridge the gap between tuko Nairobi, tunajua mengi, na tuko Shakahola where we have 2 TVs. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Angel. So at this time, I will throw it back to the audience. If anyone has any question to the panelists, this is your moment. You state your question, your name, your question, and who you're directing the question to. Thank you.
Maybe you can start with him.
Thank you. My name is Frederick, and my first question goes to the young, beautiful lady who is organization is based at Kilifi, Shakahola. I would like to ask, how is your organization affiliated with the SDG? And you might tell us, since I think SDG was, our vision is 2030. Yeah. If you'll summarize for us, among the first, let me just summarize the first 15. Like, let's say no poverty and climate action and life on the land. How have you trained your members to come and fight and achieve the SDG goals, number 1, 15, and 13? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Festus, and my question goes to the communications, the person dealing with the communications. I'll be very fast and brief. I want to know, in your communication system, what political action are you taking? Because number 1, to sensitize politicians. Because number 1 is that for us to breathe fresh air in 2027, it is determined by politics. The decisions that politicians will take to ensure that they clean our cities from fuel industry. Because our planet is facing a lot of dangers. Number 1, we have ozone depletion because of hydrocarbonation. We have extinction of flora. We have oceanic acidification because of toxic fuels. We have extinction of fauna. Unfortunately, advocacy of climate resilience, climate adaptation, and climate mitigation are simply apostles of hypocrisy. Our president says he's a champion of climate change, but on the presidential escort, there is no one EV vehicle. All these machines are exuding toxic air in our atmosphere. Actions. There is incentivization of coal users, incentivization of electric vehicle users, heavy taxation of fuel industry, subsidization of EV users, and lastly, action towards climate adaptation and climate resilience is not an instantaneous process, but must be spontaneous nonetheless. I would like you to comment on that briefly. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Mofasa from Great Lakes University of Kisumu. I just have a question to all the panelists since you're talking about use of storytelling. And my question is, but let me phrase it this way. Most of the time, we use stories so that we can help in defining a problem. And after we've defined the problem, what comes after the story? Because most of the time, we tell a story about a situation, like in the morning, we saw the film about Laikipia, and then what comes after the story? Because even the communities, you go back to them, they feel like at times like you're using them to just drive away to find your money, but what comes after you've gone and exposed what is going on behind their curtain? So that is my question. What comes after the story? Thank you.
My name is Hassan Lomnyak. I'm from Samburu. I have a question to the lady in the middle. I was asking, let's say someone wants to attend the COP. What are the procedures? Kindly please explain. And to the lady on the left, I just want to say you're doing good work, and probably you can share with us how we're going to watch your podcast or listen to it. And to Angel from Shakaula, I want to ask you a question. You say that you're from obviously the marginalized, and no, from the grassroots. Like people from where you come from don't have a lot of things, the media now, to see what is happening. How can this information get to the people back there? Because also I'm almost the same like you. I'm from a place where there is no, let's say, network, a bit of network and also knowledge. So how can we get this information back there to our regions?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy from Pivot Mental Health Care. I've heard that about the seed bill. Do they usually consider the farmer before passing a bill? They should let the farmer sit on the table with the government itself so that they can pass the bill. Before that, have they even sensitized these farmers about that thing they are going to pass so that we can have a success story after?
Okay, I'll go to the next question. So to anyone who can really answer it. We've heard about podcasts and social media. I'm more of a person who is grassrooted to local dialect. Of late, stories about climate change are never told in our mother tongue. We have, is it Abigail? Yeah, Abigail, you have a podcast. How are persons with disability included in these stories? How do they tell their stories? Because we have people with autism or the deaf. How does these stories really reach out to them? Yeah, and that's my question.
Good afternoon. My question would go to Corey. Hi, Corey. Yeah. Yeah. So, Corey, I remember when we were in Belay, there was a question, rather, the indigenous communities were allowed for a very long time to be part and parcel of COP conversations because we can't talk about solutions to climate change and not include the indigenous communities. And with that then, when it comes then to storytelling, what then would you recommend, especially for us who are in the media, to cover or how to look at stories that you're getting from the indigenous communities? Because I'll give, for example, Kenya, we have the Maasai, or you have the Ogiek, protectors of the forest, but look at what is happening to them. They're being kicked out every other day. So how do we have these conversations to recognize that each and every single person comes from somewhere in their own respect? They are an indigenous group in their own right to have these conversations. Thanks.
Okay, good evening. My name is Lilian Atieno, and my question goes to Angel. You have talked about like you have become a civic educator. Like we find in the marginalized community, as a Kenya as a whole, we are a developing country. And you find it's very difficult to tell someone to advocate for climate change. At the same time, he or she is in a poverty level and is struggling like financially and everything. So you find in those communities, they are struggling with something, and here you are coming to advocate for climate change. How have you cope up with that situation? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamara. I'm from the University of Nairobi. My question is to all the panelists. You know, we've come here, you've come to kutufunza sisi wana youth, and my question is, can you shika youth mmoja aende msaidie, let's say, Abigail, right? Abigail, you're from Kilifi, right? Yeah, Angel, sorry. Angel, you're from Kilifi, right? You have started your own organization there, right? Someone here is from Kibra, another is from Mandera. How can you expound your organization ifikie hao wengine, like ushike youth mmoja wa Mandera, mwingine wa from other marginalized community, so that waweze tuweze complete this SDG by 2030, right? And Abigail, right, from the podcast, right? See, why don't you hold, like the person who said about local dialect, right? So mshikilie here and aanzishe podcast yake mfunze a way of, that's my question or my input, kind of like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause to each and every one of you. We'll begin with Angel.
Thank you so much. You guys were paying attention because the questions are pretty good. I'll start with the gentleman here. And I think while I answer his question, I'll be answering your question and her question. And his question was what essentially I've been able to do as the Green Halo Initiative and how I am tying together all these 17 SDGs, right? So again, back to the context. How did I start? I came to a forum like this. I was a volunteer. And when I listened, I was like, I can't be a journalism student and I don't know these details, right? I'm pretty sure, I think Abigail asked a question, Corey asked a question on the seed policy, and you guys, we know you don't know about it because you guys didn't raise your hands, Cindio. And I would imagine that after here, you will go back and probably research on that. In fact, Africa Uncensored has put together a beautiful documentary on that story. So you get to learn about it. That's what I did. At the time, we didn't have as many organizations like us or individuals who are producing, say, documentaries that teach you these things. So all you had is Google. We are living in a digital era. Saizi, you can even literally go on TikTok and search sustainable development. All the podcast, vlogs, anything that has been done on sustainable development will pop up. So I want to encourage you to just use these tools that we have. Back to the question. So I go to research in Kilifi County. In fact, what happened is that because of that, I became an environmental person. Mi nilikuwa nakuja nichukue break yangu ya education, nirudi nifanye public relations yangu, okay? So then I decided, look, these people are saying communications is a challenge, yet also I'm very talkative and I love to talk about things, and especially if they affect me, and I can see a solution. Why not, okay? So I figured the experts are saying the public does not know about these issues. That is why they are not contributing to the solutions. So I figured I can stand in between, be the person who knows on behalf of both the organizations, the experts, the environmental scientists, and on behalf of the public. Like Abigail said, you have to now get yourself in a position where you read those documents, the policies, the constitutions, the Paris Agreement, the FLOCA document. You have to be involved in the making of the budget of the country, and then go down to being involved in the making of the budget of your county. Because every county has a county integrated development plan. Hiyo ni budget ya county, si ndio? Kuna kuanga na public participation because it has cycles, and that is what led us to the maandamano, because we just found out, oh, we've not been going for public participation and these guys are about to pass a bill with things we don't agree to. So let's not wait for the time they are passing the bill, but look out, there is a gap. I will admit there's a gap because even the leaders, the local leaders need to do better when it comes to telling people when the public participation is happening so that you show up for it. But other than that, be an active citizen, look out for this information. It's always on the news. Dennis, mainstream media people, please andike mkwe mnaandika hapo kwa, like the breaking news. In fact, this is something I wanted to say for a long time, that anyone in mainstream media would do us a very great deal if they used to highlight this is a public participation week ahead for the budget making process. Kindly go to a certain hall if you're in Kisumu, go to a certain hall if you're in Nakuru, so that you give your views in terms of the developments that you want in your county, so that the governor and everybody responsible, your MPs, can then factor those in. But then you also have to come together as a community. So my research, I have gone and they have said that in the rooms, grassroots community members are not participating because they do not know about climate change. Literally, that was how I went to Kilifi. I asked, ulikuwepo? Because we are in the conference in Nairobi, we are talking about Turkana and Kilifi County not taking climate action and sustainable developments because they don't know. But how do we know they don't know? So I went to Kilifi, I did write a proposal, and I wrote a proposal to a data organization. That was what was able to give me some funds to go and carry out the research. My approach was not nifike hapo nianze kurecord. I just wanted to sit with them, live the way they live, observe them, ask questions, and then find out. Because we know the popular saying that if you're a visitor in someone's house, they give you the best cups, the best glasses, but when you stay there for longer, the real issues start coming up. And when you go and you're having the intention of just understanding them and being curious and being open-minded, and they will feel that in you, they'll start telling you, this is the real issue. And so with that, I learned they know about climate change. But the thing that stops them from prioritizing climate action and sustainable development is other factors like poverty. I don't have sanitary towels. Our schools are in mud structures. There's no desks. Kids literally sit on stones, right? And I can see trees because it's woodlands. It's just a lot of woodlands, a lot of trees, but we've cut them down so much, right? Now, I don't have sanitary towels, I don't have food, I don't have water, halafu unakuja kuniambia nisikate mti. Na nikikata hii mti hapa nichome makaa, I'll get my 200 bob, I'll get food, I'll get sanitary towels, and in fact, it's of course not enough, so I'll have to prioritize. And so, for me, that is how I've ended up tying all these SDGs together, because for my community, when there's no poverty, no hunger, there's no way we're going to start thinking, oh, climate action, sustainable development. And so now even the one that I am key on most is 17, because my narrative now is, in fact, that climate change and climate action, sustainable development is multi-sectoral. I need the teachers, I need the chiefs, I need the kids, I need the media people, the medical sector, as equally as I need the environmental science, the engineers, the solar people. And in fact, for me, it's transitioned to just wanting you people to take up those skills. Take up engineering, because why are we trying to go and get solar energy from China? Let's do let's take those courses, and then we direct our interventions and, innovations to a much more sustainable direction. Yes.
Thank you, Angel. We'll go to Abigail, as Corey has a lot of questions to answer.
I think I was so drawn to what Angel is saying, I might have forgotten my questions. But I think there's a question on what happens after the story. I think in the morning, I was not here, but I know the Battle for Laikipia film was screened, and I remember when it was screened for the first time, was it last year or the other year? When it was screened the other year, I remember the filmmakers, the producers had a whole panel discussion, and they said They haven't screened it in Nanyuki yet because they're afraid that it would bring a lot of conflict. And if you watch it, you understand why it would bring a lot of conflict because of the realities that had been exposed. What am I trying to say? I'm not a journalist. Possibly Angel would be a better person to answer this, but we definitely understand extractive journalism. When you go into a community, extract a story, showcase them in the most negative way possible, which in certain situations is the reality, and then you go with the story and you share, and then there's sympathy online, and you get an award and nothing is done about it. That is not the way to go. What Angel has shared in terms of what she was trying to do with her research, she said she went into the community and she sat with them long enough for her to see the problems that already exist. So when you're trying to get a story from a community, you really have to make sure that you are not extracting from them. It cannot be a relationship where you're picking and running away with it. It is very important for the community members to be the ones to tell the story, and there has to be a collaboration and a partnership. And by that, I mean sitting with them, making them understand why you're doing the story that you're doing, making them understand where this story is going to go. And beyond that, once you complete your story, you have to go back to them and show them what you have done. If they are uncomfortable about what you've shared because they are the ones who are experiencing it, then you have to make that adjustments. And then consent is very important. You cannot share a story or a situation when someone did not consent to it. In fact, a lot of people, you can be taken to court if someone did not consent for you to share their story in that light. And then apart from that, as storytellers, we have the responsibility to make sure that we see this story through to the end. And if it's anything that has to have a relationship with a policy change or something that we have to hold, for example, the government, or we have to hold them responsible for that, then we have to make sure, because we have that responsibility, it is not enough to share a story and get sympathy in whichever platforms. You have to make sure that there's the aftercare of the community members that you are in that situation telling their story. So I think it's definitely a responsibility that lies on you as a storyteller to make sure that in whatever story you're telling, it was not extractive, rather it was collaborative and in partnership with the community members. There was another question on how to get to COP. So the Conference of Parties this year will be the 31st. Is it that? Yeah, the 31st COP, meaning it's been happening every year for the last 31 years, except the COVID year where there was a break. So there's very many ways to attend COPs in terms of the access. So there's people who go to COP as observers, mostly from the civil society movement. So NGOs, sometimes community-based organizations have access, but in that case, your organization has to be registered as an accredited organization to the United Framework Convention on Climate Change. That is one. Number two, you can go as a media person, so mainstream media, or you have a platform that is also registered under the UNFCCC, you can participate as media. The third level of access is as a UN observer, I think. Yes. So there's the UN. Most of the time, you'll find them as agents. I mean, agencies under the UN or UN agencies that have access. And then there's now the government, which is party. So you have to have, in the UNFCCC lingo, governments are called parties. So, and it is a conference of parties, meaning it is a negotiation between governments and governments. So normally you will find government officials participating directly, but you'll find they have some advisors from big civil society organizations who negotiate. I think we have a few negotiators in the room. They might have left. I don't know, Banda, possibly. Collins as well. There's a number of people who are on the panel earlier who are negotiators. And in that case, you're speaking on behalf of your government. So you have to be very aligned to what your government is pushing for. And you have to remember Kenya is a country, but there's also the negotiations of Africa as Africa as a bloc, and Cory is very experienced with that. We have something called the Africa Group of Negotiators, which brings together the African countries, and they have to come up with a common position. So how to get to COP? I think you're already in the right room. You have Banda, you have Cory, you have myself, you have a bunch of people in the space who've been here longer. And sometimes you'll find certain organizations have limits of budgets that they can give. I know over the years they have significantly reduced. For example, in Belém, there was very limited access. That was the COP last year. So if you are maybe interested, you're, like I said, finding like-minded individuals, finding yourself in the right rooms, for example, this room. When we leave here, let's stay in touch. Let's see what you're doing. Let's see what you're doing in terms of advocacy. But you also have to read. You really have to read. You have to be interested in the content, and you have to have a purpose. And I will highly advise you to narrow down your focus so that you're not overwhelmed. So if you're focusing on adaptation like Cory, do that. If you're focusing on loss and damage like Bob or any other person that was here, do that.
Abigail?
Yes.
Thank you. I hope you... so we give Cory a minute or two to answer a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cory, 2 minutes and we're done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me actually 2 minutes, because the political question, itapata nimebebwa nikitoka hapa nje. But I think one of the things is we've already witnessed what the youth can do. So to his question on the authenticity of Kenya being a climate champion within that global space, one, it has worked. Just by the mere fact that Kenya has a bigger bunch of negotiators going for some of these things. However, as Kenyan citizens, there's the aspect of accountability. Follow the money. Are you questioning that? 2024, when everything was happening, it was following on the finance bill. So when it comes to the climate space, the youth actually have a big role that they can play. And I will just say this to sort of like summarize this, because I was trying to figure out how to answer this question. So young people just don't push politicians by being louder. They do it by being organized, visible, and being specific. So I'll just leave it at that. To Aseto's question on indigenous communities and how to work with them, I'm just going to say a few things. So start with trust. That is already something that you're doing. You start with the trust of indigenous communities and understanding them. The most important thing is co-creating stories with them. When you co-create stories with them, you're already figuring out the local solutions through what they're telling you. The other thing is, and that the one that is so important, which I have seen Doc Society, DocuBox do, is supporting community storytellers. I think that is so important, because sometimes we come with this whole elitist kind of like solutions, and we forget that, to my initial point, that we need to involve the communities. And then, of course, maybe the final thing I'll say is the respect of indigenous knowledge systems. Because we think by the fact that we live in the city, we are well endowed to come up with the solutions for communities that are probably based in the rural areas. I think that is a very false narrative to move with. But all I can say is, we really need to involve our communities. And even moving forward, I think that is one of the things that we try to do, particularly with DocuBox, Doc Society, when we have some of these things. I think all the other questions around COP have been answered. So in case of anything, Nione Kando.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again. Our panelists will be shortly around before we all leave. My appreciation to our wonderful audience and well-informed panelists. I see why we were talking of gender equality, yeah? We wanted the juice. And also to our sign language interpreter, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. A round of applause to each and every one of us.
Please clap for them as they stand and pose for a group photo. Louder, louder. If you benefited anything from this discussion, louder. Thank you so much for those insightful. Thank you so much. Angel, I'm seeing your smile. A round of applause once more as they take their seats. Next, I'd like to invite Banda to take us through this next session. But before Banda comes, please let's be up on our feet. Once more, DJ ashashika rada. Ajawa. Ajawa. Please come. So you have to dance the way he's dancing. Are we together? DJ, bado Friday haijafika. DJ, pull up. All right. Donjo Maber. We are requesting Donjo Maber. Let's all be up on our feet. Ama tuanze kuimbia. There you go. Kama haujasimama.
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selector cheza doba once from the top. Dojo Maber, Dojo Maber, Dojo Maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Dojo Maber, Dojo Maber, Dojo Maber. Tuko tao, CBD kwa penthouse. Wanadhani CBD ni guesswork. Lakini jua bidii tunazoza. Nani magrami tundo tunangoja. Donjo Maber, kwa mdomo ni kuber. Na doba Johnny Mwaki ukipenda email. Napendwa na mapeng, na wote Johnny 10. Nikikusalimia unanijibu tu Maber. Napenda vile magala wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile mamanzi wamekuja wameiva. Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selector cheza doba once from the top. Dojo Maber, Dojo Maber, Dojo Maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Dojo Maber, Dojo Maber,
Donjo Maber. Thank you DJ. Thank you DJ. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our MC of the day. Hey, let's clap for her. No. We want to do come back here. We want to do an Obama clap. You know how Obama clap goes, eh? Yeah? So from here until she sits. So let's go. 1. Thank you so much. Yeah, so thank you. So at this time around, we want to divide ourselves in 2 groups. So it's an easy job that you want to do. So can we divide at this middle? These guys, the guy from Samburu, going up, come this side. Yes. The guy in white and a red tie. That side, come this side. Good. Thank you. Tuifanya speedy kama Gen Zs, eh? And then this side to join this group. Kindly. Yes. Good. Tufanye. Okay, let's settle. Good. We want to look at 2 areas. One, we want to go into group discussions. That's why we divided ourselves into 2 groups. So, group 1, I want us to look at the climate action. You know, through climate action cannot be achieved without addressing the land and historical injustices and the drive environmental conflicts. How can African youth lead the push for justice-centered climate solution that center community ownership, transparent carbon market, and equitable governance? Okay, so let me read there for second group, and then we'll see how we're going to go about it. So for the second group, we want to look at youth are already innovating into in clean energy and climate adaptation at the grassroots, but finding policy access and decision-making spaces remain close to them. What structural changes must African government and institution make to unlock youth-led clean energy solution? So those are the two questions. So I want us to be together. At least wale wako kule juu tunaweza shuka hivi chini. We repeat, eh? Yes. Also for group 1, please take note. For group 1, I read again. True climate action cannot be achieved without addressing the land and historical injustice that drive environmental conflict. How can African youth lead the push for justice-centered climate solution that center community ownership, transparent carbon market, and equitable governance? Are we together for group 1? This is the group 1. Push. How can African youth lead the push for justice-centered climate solution that center community ownership, transparent carbon market, and governance? Are we together there? One more time. I repeat for group 1, one more last time. True climate action cannot be achieved without addressing the land and historical injustice that drive environmental conflict. How can African youth lead the push for justice-centered climate action that center community ownership, transparent carbon market, and equitable governance? For group 1. So for group 2, we are going to look at youth are already innovating in clean energy and climate adaptation at the grassroots, but finding policy access and decision-making spaces remain close to them. Closed, not close, close to them. What structural change must African governments and institutions make to unlock youth-led clean energy solution? Are we together? Should I repeat again? Group 2? One more time. Youth are already innovating in clean energy and climate adaptation at the grassroots, but finding policy access and decision-making space remain closed to them. What structural change must African governments and institutions make to unlock youth-led clean energy solution? Okay? Are we together? So basically what we want to look at is SDG number 7 and 13. And we want to only look at the solution, not the challenges. The solution. Okay? We only want to look at the solutions. So we give ourselves how many minutes to do this work? Then please get a secretary. Please get a secretary like group 1. You need to come together. The way you make a hamta discuss. Can we have those guys coming down or these guys going up, ili tuweze kudiscuss pamoja. Kindly. And you get a secretary for this. I see Wakili has stood there. So Wakili, you're going to be the secretary? Good, thank you. Wakili is going to be your secretary. Okay, tuwe pamoja. Let us bring the group together. Let us have this discussion, tafadhali. And then group 2, can we do the same? Let's come together. Wale wa hapa waende pale juu kidogo ili tuweze kuwa pamoja. We start the discussion. Kindly. Chloe, you're looking at the back. Yeah, can you get a secretary for this? I'll get Chloe. Chloe is not concentrating. Chloe, you are the secretary for this? Yes, thank you. So we give ourselves how many minutes? How many minutes? Group 2? Group 2? The guy with the affordable, 10 minutes. Okay, you're the group lead. That's your secretary, okay? Okay. Aya, let's have discussion. So who is going to be the group lead here? We have the secretary, Wakili here. Who's the group lead? The group lead? Angel. Angel is the group lead, and your secretary is Wakili there. Good. Okay, we are giving ourselves, you say 10 minutes. Group 1, 10 is okay? 15. Okay, 15, kindly. So 15 minutes, please. Yeah. So anyone leading the discussion, the leads, you can just stand up and continue. Kindly. Yeah, Angel, you can just stand up and lead the discussions. We give ourselves 15 minutes. Remember, we are looking at SDG 7 and 13, and we're not looking at the challenges. We want the solutions. As you continue, there's a link also on the screens. Let us share our feedbacks. Very important. The rest are not part of the team. Please, see we join the team. Kindly. I think we've come here with one agenda. Please let's join the team. Tusikae mbali, it's like we are the black goats, kindly. Let's join the team. Just find a space here so that you can have a good discussion with the whole team, please. We have 10 minutes. 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes. We have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to wind up. Okay, so I want us to do a simple call. So I would love to call all the secretaries, the two secretaries from both sides.
Kindly.
The secretaries, please.
I don't want to call the team by name. Kuna jezi.
The secretaries. Hiyo jezi ni ya nguvu, acha mambo yako. Hiyo jezi heshima.
Simeona hiyo jezi.
Hiyo jezi heshima.
Hiyo jezi tunawaombea hawa.
Tuko sawa tu. Tuko sawa.
Tuko sawa? Si wewe.
Okay, the secretaries Chloe and Wakili, please.
Nyinyi hamko sawa.
Let's do the presentation.
Okay, we can do the presentation.
Please come. We do this. Yes.
Yeah, we can clap for them as they come.
Clap for them as they come.
We can clap for them. The secretaries.
Tuone who did the extensive work. Who are going to articulate and give us good solutions.
So you can just stand here.
Yeah, please.
Here, right here, where, or you can
just come here.
So what we can do, you can present in front of them.
Yeah.
Then the other secretary can present in front.
Let them just come here. Let them just come. For the purpose of the photos and purpose of the media.
Okay.
Yeah, just come.
Okay.
Yes, team 1. Secretary bado hamjamaliza. Wakili is taking things slow, eh? Okay, Chloe. Thank you. Whoever is ready can just begin. DJ. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chloe. I happen to also be in the clean energy sector, so this was a really nice discussion. So the main question for group 2 was what structural change should governments, African governments and institutions make to unlock clean energy solutions. So number 1, youth inclusion and empowerment. So they should include youth representatives in decision-making spaces, invest in youth-led innovation and entrepreneurship, integrate entrepreneurial and clean energy courses into the education system, create smoother transition pathways from education to employment. The second change we'd like to see is innovation and local development by decentralizing innovation hubs to sub-county levels and support grassroots innovation in clean energy. The third one is communication and awareness. They should strengthen communication and public engagement, especially through digital platforms, and increase media focus on clean energy innovations. The fourth is capacity building and funding. So by involving youths in panels that review and fund projects and expand capacity building and training opportunities. The fifth is national targets, or rather to increase the share of clean energy in Kenya's energy mix. Say 80% of energy being used in Kenya should come from Kenya by Kenyans. And the last one is policy and market reforms. So by reforming national utilities and energy markets and open up energy markets to independent power producers, the IPPs. That is all from us.
Yes, thank you. Another clap for her. Okay, team 1. Kindly share that with Eric. Please share that with Eric.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Tamara from the University of Nairobi, and our question was, true climate action cannot be achieved unless we address the land and historical injustices that drive environmental conflict. How can African youth lead the push to just and centered climate action, such as centered community ownership, transformation, carbon markets, and equitable governance? So that's our question. And mine and my colleague and I to present hapa mbele. And mine is to just give you a brief info about land historical injustices. So land historical injustices didn't start just today. Ilianza from colonial era. You remember when it started mostly in the coastal region, even before the British came. The coastal region, when the Arabs came to coast, walikuja they used to slavery, so walianza kufanya slavery, and the Mijikendas, the coastal groups, walikuwa na hama. So the Arabs took over the land. And when the British came, they came wakatengeneza policies. And these coastal people didn't know the policy. So what happened, if we create a law and the people don't know the law, they don't come and claim their land. So we took their land. So the British took the land. And after the British came the late Jomo Kenyatta. Do you know what the late Jomo Kenyatta did? He said, shamba za wazungu zisishikwe. Waafrika wapewe shamba, but shamba za wazungu zisishikwe. Okay? And another part is, we have seen so many governmental people, they displaced community land. An example is the Endorois case, and anyways research. It went to the East African Court of Justice, where they wanted to, the government walikuwa nataka kuchukua that land of the Endorois people, but they fought hard, because it is their communal land. So that's basically what historical injustice is. Tukona neo-colonialism, which is still happening till to date, because this land are fertile, this land have certain minerals that government are interested in, or this land have certain things that individual people have interest in, so which leads to historical injustice. And my group and I were going to present on what we think we can change to stop the injustices. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sabina Nzona Kamau. I am a student at St. Paul's University. I am studying communication, specializing in mass communication and public relations. And I'm also currently serving as the vice chairperson of SPUSA. And we came with different points to push our agenda. And the first one, we say that we'd like to build cross-border youth collaborations and find solutions for climate-related issues. The second one, we say that we'd like everyone to take individual initiative for action rather than just saying a community. We thought that if everyone as an individual came and gave us a solution, we'd have a greater impact. And the third one, we said we'd like to try evidence-based storytelling. This is to connect more to our audience and to see the impact climate has on us as a community. We also say that we'd try hosting dialogues and hackathons so that people can give us their opinions and what they feel about the climate at that specific period of time. We also said we'd like to push for policy implementation, advocacy, and accountability, rather than just having dialogues that we don't implement or act on, rather. We also said we'd like to strengthen our local governance and holding our leaders accountable. We also say that we'd like to approach youth-led initiatives to bridge the gap between the youth-led initiatives and experts to help us with our implementations. And finally, this comes close to SDG number 17. We'd like to simplifying our structure and approach intentionally bringing everyone on board. That's our presentation.
A round of applause for them. Round of applause for them. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. So please share that with Eric. Share what you've written with Eric, kindly. Okay, as we come to an end, thank you so much, the two groups. You did justice to those two questions. We have a QR code. Please share your feedback. Just scan and share your feedback on how the day was, what needs to be improved, what you saw that is not working out, that you think the team can improve on, or what you think is good that the team did for today. Sawa sawa. So right now I want to give a chance to the lady coming. Please clap for her as she comes to give us a reflection of the day. Please clap for her paka afike bana apate moral. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Okay, DJ.
Good evening. I'll be sharing the call to action from the sessions we had today and the overarching messages. So, in the morning, we had a session on the screening for the Battle for Laikipia film, and the theme was climate justice, land rights, and environmental conflict. The core message from this panel was that land is central and powerful and a livelihood, and therefore emerging systems like carbon markets, if poorly governed, are deepening inequalities and human rights violations. The call to action from this was, this conversation should not end here, and young people must engage beyond discussion, move into action and advocacy. They should hold leaders accountable and follow the money and power structures. And they should also participate in lawmaking and policy review processes. We should all push for justice-driven climate solutions and equitable land systems in our advocacy work in the CSO space as well. And it is important to recognize that the future of land, climate, and justice will not be fixed by older systems. It requires informed and organized youth leadership. Then to our second session, Bridging the Green Gap from Youth Climate Innovation to Policy and Investment. The core message was climate action will fail without youth, not because of lack of ideas, but because systems have not yet fully opened for the youth. The call to action was to the young people, organize and formalize, build into collective action strengths and influence. Also, leverage your work with National Climate Change Action Plan, leverage your work with policies so as to advance and to scale up. Reframe entrepreneurship as social impact and not just as an income method. And then let's move from participation to leadership and the use of digital platforms to shape narratives and accountability. For the third session, it was on using storytelling as a tool for climate advocacy and youth mobilization. And the core message was storytelling is not the end. It is the beginning of accountability and action. And climate narratives must shift from extractive descriptions of problems to collaborative tools for systems change. The call to action was to the youth and to the storytellers, let's move from extracting stories to co-creating solutions with communities. And also, let's ground every narrative in context and consent and lived reality from the communities we get our stories from. And let's ensure storytelling leads to action, accountability, and return to community impact. Lastly, let's use platforms strategically to connect climate issues to daily life challenges like jobs and education. And lastly, let's build skills in policy literacy and system thinking, not just communication. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Applause for her, please. Give her applause of clap, please, tafadhali. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Kindly just scan this. We are checking how many I've sent. Kindly scan it, please, and send your feedbacks. I'm checking how many are coming in. Should I read the names? Because wengine hata hawafanyi. Can I read the names? Nijue ni feedback ngapi zimefika. Yeah? Yes, one more announcement. Kindly, those who are coming from town, the bus will leave at Absa Towers as from 7. Please be there, kindly. Usikose basi iende kabla ijakubeba, cause inakujanga na watu kidogo. Tafadhali we're up on time. And right now it's also going to carry you back. So let's be punctual. Yeah, na kesho tukuje mapema pia. We are going to start. It's going to be a busy day. We are going to have a bit of weshimiwas in the house. So ukichelewa tu, you'll find us tumeanza. Apart from that, we are very grateful for this team. We are grateful for you coming in today. And let's see you tomorrow. God bless you. Can we have somebody to pray for us? I'm also scanning. I'm seeing how many have come in. Let me check. How many have come in? Somebody to come and pray for us? Anyone? Come, please. Come pray for us as we wind. There is tea outside. Please, there is tea. Don't leave that tea for us. Make sure you leave here kama umekunywa chai. And also, remember our social media. We are also looking at, by end of tomorrow, nani atakuwa na tweets nyingi for the zawadi we said. Zawadi is here. We are going to get that zawadi. So those who are going to have more tweets, tutazihesabu tuone. And retweets. And those who are in LinkedIn, those who have done challenges in TikTok, we are checking on you. Tuta announce ni kina nani hapa. We just need 5 of you to tuwapatie hizo zawadi. Sawa sawa. Thank you so much.
Let's stand up for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening. We thank you for the gift of life you've given unto us. We thank you also for this great opportunity and the great minds that you brought in this room. We pray that everything that we have discussed today, may them not go on dry soil, but on a fertile land, so that they may grow and nurture the next generation and the next great Africa. It's in Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you so much. Let's see you tomorrow. The NYC bus is leaving in the next few. Please take tea. Remember to take tea. Tafadhali. And you're still waiting for feedback from here, please.